I call to order the Common Council meeting for June 25th, 2024. Clerk?
Thank you, Your Honor. We have 11 members present in the chambers and 11 members voting as civic clerk.
All right, thank you. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for an invocation offered by Alder Hutchison. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Alder Hutchison.
You may be seated. Two things popped up this spring that bring me to my invocation tonight. One was I didn't get to go to a graduation and hear the graduation speech, and the second was my mother turned 90 in January, and digging through her scrapbook, I found a graduation speech she wrote when she was 17 years old, graduating from Madison East. So I'm going to read a portion of it because it seems it's still, in essence, pertains to today. It's entitled "Tomorrow is Ours" by Nancy Lee. As we go forth to plan our future and life work, we must strive to make this land in which we live a home for all, a peace-loving nation. Tomorrow, we will be the makers of our governments and country. We must work ardently in the fight against race prejudices and intolerances which are in so many hearts of our fellow Americans today. The possibilities in the fields of medicine, science, research, engineering, and education are a challenge to the youth of today. Thus, a great incentive is installed into the hearts of this younger generation. Scholarships and awards of all types make it possible for those students who wish to further their scope of education beyond high school. Our government, school, and parents are doing their utmost to further the ambitions of youth. Work, love our fellow men, a democratic way of living, and tolerance lead to our goal. Words written in 1951 by my mother. Thank you.
Very good. Wise words, wise mom.
Yeah,
Thanks for offering them.
He is.
Okay, son. On to approval of the minutes. Motion to approve made by Alder Prophet. Seconded by Alder DeLee. Any changes here? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Approval of the agenda. I think we have an amendment from Alder Hutchison.
Offering, moving all of section P, which is report of the Plan Commission, to immediately after section J, public hearings. For P1 immediately addresses J1. And there's people probably wanting to speak to P2, so.
Okay, thanks, Alder. There's an amendment offered, seconded by Alder Johnson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The agenda is amended. No. Motion to approve is amended, made by Alder Prophet.
I believe there's people like to speak to on N11, I think it is. I was wondering if we could move that up somehow.
Which item was that, Alder?
N11?
Oh, okay.
Inspection policy.
Okay, so just N11 itself after P then?
Yes.
All right, is there a second for that? Second. Seconded by Alder Hinkfist. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The agenda is amended. Motion to approve is amended, made by Alder Presley, seconded by Alder DeLee. Discussion there. Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is approved as amended. Report by the mayor. We had Kids Day today, still ongoing, I think, probably, but had a great time out at Bay Beach, Joanne's, number of different locations, and so just really want to thank Director Ditchite and his whole team, James and Ann in particular, but the whole crew within Parks and a bunch of folks within City Hall and Police Department and Fire, really put together a great Kids Day for our kids and families, so thanks to you, Director Ditchite, and everyone who had a hand in pulling it together. Children's Wisconsin was our lead sponsor and really took things to a different level. So I had a fantastic day myself. Got too much sun. Still probably sweating a little bit, so apologies for that. But had a fantastic time. So hope the community enjoyed it as well. And a shout out to our kid mayor, our mayor for the day, Angel, who fulfilled the job ably and with honor, and had a great time with her. So so thanks to her and her family for stepping up for that. Next, we have, well, what else do I want to touch on? We have an Employee Appreciation Day coming up, but all of our alders are invited to Joanne's Park on Saturday, as well as directors and all of city staff. We were able to do that last year and had a really nice time. Alder Morgan will be there, I assume, in uniform, fulfilling his duties as coach. But had a great time, like I said, doing that last year, and would just invite all of you to attend, and should be a good time. Then also we've got July 4th, obviously coming up, big celebration downtown Green Bay, Fire on the Fox, thanks to On Broadway and the whole team there. So just invite all of you to come visit downtown Green Bay and celebrate our nation's independence. With that, we'll move along to announcements from our council. Alder Johnson.
Thank you. Alder Weary just wanted me to notify the group that he is out of town. He was going to try to call in. It sounds like he wasn't able to get connected. Is that right? So if that is the case, he sends his regrets, but he was going to try. So Joe, if you just keep an eye out. Thank you.
Sounds good. Any other announcements? All right. Seeing none, we'll move along to appointments. First, we've got new appointments. Entertain a motion there. Motion to approve made by Alder Stevens, seconded by Alder Presley. Any discussion there? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. On to reappointments. Motion to approve by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Stevens. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and those reappointments are confirmed. Next, we have public hearings. So that's a public hearing on a request to amend the city's official map by removing future Lafayette Drive extension to future Eric Street extension and replace with a cul-de-sac at the end of Lafayette Drive, submitted by Brad Reimer, Verbicker, applicant on behalf of Thomas and Mary Safner, property owners. So if you're here to speak to that item, feel free to approach the podium and state your name and address.
Good evening, Brad Reimer with Verbicker, the former Mowen Associates. 400 Security Boulevard is our address. What we're here asking for is, or our request is for an official map amendment. What I have right here is currently what has been approved or what's on record as the future road pattern in this area. My client, the Safners, own a large stretch of land on the north. The rest of this down here is owned by the Kubiaks. Neither have any intention of developing, putting these roads in as they are. However, the Safners would like to build a house on this property. In order to do that, in the location that they want to put it, there's a future road in that area. So what we are asking then, and this is a little harder to see, is to remove a small portion of Lafayette Drive from the official map to allow them to build their house. In conjunction with that, now the Safners live adjacent right now. They also own 3 small lots along Crestwood Springs Drive, which they would like to combine into 2 larger parcels to fit more with the existing neighborhood lots. These were pretty small. They want to make them deeper, larger to kind of keep the integrity of the neighborhood going. So that's our request. I know the Safners are here as well to speak about this. Like I said, no intention of developing right now. Really, what the ultimate goal is to build a house, and it just so happens to be in the area of that future road. So that's about all I have. The Safners, I know, Sorry?
I think we have a question from
Sure.
Alder Galvin.
Do you do that in public hearings?
Question. All right, thank you, Your Honor. If you could put that map up again, the other side.
Yes?
So you say they want to remove part of the road from the map.
Correct.
Can you show me where on there?
Yes, this piece right here.
And what does that mean by removing it?
Well, so the city has this map approved with future road patterns on undeveloped land.
Correct.
We're not asking to change anything else in this area.
Okay.
All we're asking is for this piece here. We didn't want to involve the neighbor to the south because we know they're
Well,
not
I'm looking at
interested.
that cul-de-sac.
Yep.
Yep, is that going to remain there?
On the map, it
On the-
can remain there. They have no desire to put it in.
Okay.
So-
So as long as they build their house and live there until whatever?
Yes.
Okay, and then at that point, new owners could
Correct.
potentially do anything they want with it?
Yep, so we're looking to position it in a manner that doesn't affect any future development either. So if
Okay.
we'd only remove this piece right here, they're willing to install the cul-de-sac bulb and
Okay.
take their house, their
Ah,
entrance
okay.
off the end of it there. Then the rest of this could be developed in the future if so desired.
But affects nothing,
Correct,
because no one's doing anything with it?
correct.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions for our applicant?
I just want to point out one thing. Is it Eric Street?
Yes, up on the top here.
On the top here is Eric Street. That would come off of Hazelwood. And that runs right next to the Kubiak House. And it's Kubiak land. 2 generations from now, maybe that will make sense. But right now, it's the Safners and the Kubiaks own the land, so we need to work with them so that they can develop it.
All right,
Thank you. Anything else?
thanks, sir.
All right, I know the property owners are here as well.
My name is Tom Safner, and I'm here with my wife, Mary. We live at 2051 Crestwood Springs Drive, in a house that we've lived in for 30 years. We live immediately adjacent to the field. As Brad mentioned, we own 3 developed lots on Crestwood Springs Drive, and we own the undeveloped land behind it. It is our desire to build a house, and the house is intended to respect the topography of the land. There's quite a lot of up and down with it, and to respect the mature trees that are on the land. It is our desire to build a house that is more centrally located in the middle of the land so that our neighbors would preserve their privacy and not have us building immediately against their backyard. And it is our desire to build a nice house that will improve the property values of the other houses in the neighborhood.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions? All right, thanks so much. Anyone else like to speak to this item? Anyone else who'd like to speak to this item? Right, very good. So we will move along then to report of the Plan Commission. I'll entertain a motion. Motion to approve made by Alder Stevens. Looking for a second. Just Alder Hinkfist, 1 second. Looking for a second. Seconded by Alder Eck. Items here to be handled separately. One, 1 and 2. Any others? Hearing none others, all in favor of approving the remainder of that report, signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved with the exception of items 1 and 2. Your wishes on item 1?
As the elder. I want to speak, right?
Alder Hinkfist.
Hi, as the elder of that area, I would recommend that we allow and we approve this. What they're wanting to do will only enhance that area, and the likelihood of development is generations off in that area. And this will add property value, property tax to our rolls, and I just think that we should move forward, approve it, and move on.
All right, is that a motion?
That is a motion to approve.
Okay, Alder Hinkfist makes a motion to approve the request to amend the city's official map. Seconded by Alder Galvin. More discussion on that? Alder Eck and then Alder Prophet.
I have a question, because on the report, the Plan Commission recommended denial, and I just wondered if there was somebody here to speak on that?
Yeah, Director Renier, Deputy Director Buchanan.
Sure. So the planning staff, in short, requested or recommended denial because the request conflicts with the city's adopted comprehensive plan. The plan, it really aims to increase connectivity and create a built environment that allows for more walking, biking, and shorter trips via any mode of travel. And the request to remove that future street connection and create a cul-de-sac really just contradicts with that goal. Additionally, the cul-de-sac would reduce the total number of potential lots available for future development from about 10 to about 5 is what we estimate, which also conflicts with our aim to support the creation of additional housing units to address our housing shortage. So that's our recommendation based on our comprehensive plan.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Prophet?
Thank you. That was going to be my question. So thank you, Deputy Director. I am concerned about moving the connectivity away and removing the possibility of developing 10 homes down to 5. I would love to see, yeah, I know it's generations off, but if we could do the current development in a fashion in which we can still connect that road, I think owning all of that land, that would be feasible to do that now without disrupting the possibility of having 10 additional homes, even if it is generations off. So I would support the denial, so I would not be in favor of approving this change.
Okay, thanks, Alder. Any other comments? All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay? Nay. The ayes appear to have it. And we will move on to item 2, to approve a conditional use permit to establish a general industrial use at 3885 Finger Road, subject to compliance with zoning ordinance 19-23 and all other regulations of the Green Bay Municipal Code. Motion there? Motion to approve made by Alder Stevens, seconded by Alder Galvin. Comments on that motion?
Move to open the floor.
Alder Hutchison makes a motion to open the floor. Seconded by Alder Prophet. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open. So again, this is item P2 related to Finger Road. So if you'd like to speak on this item, feel free to approach the podium, state your name and address.
My name is Jim Gretza. Address is 3667 Finger Road. I had sent my notes to all of the aldermen and gave a copy to the mayor just now. Can I just ask to see how many people read it? Okay, it's pretty good. So I'll be quick as I can. I would first ask that the 3-minute limit be waived. This will take about 4.5 minutes. There's a lot of important things to talk about here. At the Planning Commission, I proposed 3 conditions at the meeting, 2 of which were suggested by the representative of the company. 1, the doors of the factory would be kept closed except for moving material in and out. This would be done to minimize the noise. The noise level outside the building, this was presented by the representative, would be less than 60 decibels. The third one I proposed says that limit the hammering operation in the hours of 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. They're currently proposing starting hammering at 5 a.m. None of this was discussed by the committee, none of it. Alder Grant then proposed that instead of 8 a.m., how about 7 a.m.? Nothing was discussed. So to start with, I would suggest that this get sent back to the Planning Commission and have them do their job. The company representative said that the noise at the door, with the doors open, would be 79 decibels. This is at the Planning Commission. How do they know that? The building doesn't exist. More importantly, why didn't anybody in the Planning Commission ask that question? How do they know it's going to be 79 decibels? The city statutes say unreasonable noise can be defined differently daytime and nighttime. It also says that residential areas, the definition of unreasonable noise could be different than industrial. Noise, I told the Planning Commission that if they do not know what a Ford shop is and a hammer operation, and they have not visited the location in question, then they do not have enough information to make that decision. I say the same thing to this council. Therefore, I suggest that the council table this issue until there's enough information that you can put together for yourself about noise. Understanding that 80 decibels is not 33% louder than 60 decibels. It is a logarithmic scale. 80 decibels is much louder than 60 decibels. And 80 decibels for 30 minutes is a lot different than 10 hours, which is their proposal for the hammer operation. And repeated hammering steel on steel is not the same as a vacuum cleaner, which was suggested at the Planning Commission. I can't believe it. And your statute does not say that anything under 80 decibels is allowed. It talks about reasonable noise. OSHA requires hearing protection if 85 decibels is carried on at a factory for 8 hours. I don't know what the limit is from OSHA for 10 hours. Therefore, I suggest that the noise from this Ford shop would be unrealistically burdening these neighbors, and the council should reject the proposal for the Ford shop on this property. In 1920, Milwaukee adopted its first zoning ordinance. The regulation also ended the days when tanneries could move down the street from a townhouse. This is from the Making a Milwaukee book. You could substitute tannery for drop forge. Did the city of Milwaukee know something in 1920 that the city of Green Bay still has to learn? The city of Green Bay, and this is past, has done a terrible job of planning industrial development. It should have been buying land for industrial development 20, 30, or 40 years ago, before people started building houses. Since Green Bay Drop Forge has been around for 110 years, then any residents in that area must have moved there voluntarily. The residents around the new site did not move there knowing that there would be a Ford shop from across the road from their house. Conclusion, I worked in manufacturing for my whole career. Manufacturing is important to our economy, it's important to the city of Green Bay, but we cannot put money ahead of people's lives. Tax base is important, but not at the expense of our ability for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Planning department says all rules are being followed, but they did not include the rule, love your neighbor. We live in a country where the government is of the people, by the people, and for the people. It is not of the mayor, by the planning commission, and for people with money. These are real people. Anybody affected by this, would you stand up?
All right, thank you, sir. Any questions for our guest?
I got a couple seconds left.
Yeah,
Okay.
all right. We
After
got a lot of
Carnivore
people lined
building-
up behind you.
After Carnivore building was completed, and Alder told me they did not know that it was gonna be that large. But if this Ford shop is put there, I'm afraid we're gonna have Alder people coming to us and say, we didn't know it was gonna be this loud. How are you gonna undo that? Any questions?
All right, thanks, sir.
Did I
Questions
make
from
my
council?
4.5 minutes?
All right. Oh, Alder Hutchison.
Can be measured, and there is a limit. So are you concerned with the 80 decibel limit that can be measured at any time by city officials to determine if that limit is being met or not?
Okay, I think it can be measured, but before you take that 80 decibels, have you read the statute, the city statute on noise?
Well, I know that there's a limit at the property line, so I can read the statute.
The statute
But
sa-
what it means to me, though, is there's a method of determining meeting performance or not.
No, the statute says unreasonable noise is the definition.
Well, the city has an 80 decibel limit.
It says if it's over 80 decibels, that can be reason to say that it violates the noise ordinance. But you can violate that noise ordinance without being over 80 decibels. It's just like the drunk driving laws. If you get stopped by a police officer and you do the breathalyzer test and you don't hit that level, you can still be charged with drunk driving because you can be deemed to be drunk. Same thing here. You can still have unreasonable noise and it be less than 80 decibels. Hammering, hammering, hammering. I was tempted to bring along a hammer and a piece of steel and sit back here and bang on it so you can understand this is repeated. This is like the Chinese water torture.
Right.
Goes on and on and on for 10 hours.
All right, any other questions? All right,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Anyone else on this item? Anyone else on this item? Going once, going twice? Entertaining a motion. Motion to close the floor, made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Galvin. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. We have a motion and a second. Any comments from council on this? Alder Grant?
And I apologize, I don't know if this is a question for staff, and I know it was slightly discussed at the Plan Commission meeting about the doors being open. I thought it was only open for loading and unloading. Was that discussed with the business?
Any comments? Or?
No.
I mean, it'd probably be best for the applicant to address that, but that's how I understand it. And the applicant is here.
Are they willing to? So I'd motion to open the floor again?
Sure. Motion on the floor made by Alder Grant, seconded by Alder Eck. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. All right. Just want to introduce yourself and
Sure.
give your address.
Bill Hoban, 1341 South State Street. So the question you're asking is related to the doors.
Correct, yeah.
I guess what I can say to you is we did have the neighborhood meeting, and the purpose of that was to tell them who we were and why we were moving to the neighborhood and capture some of their concerns. We did not agree to anything with hours or, decibels that we would adhere to and not exceed. We talked about being within the code, but as far as the operations go, we are trying to do our best to run the operation with the doors shut. The whole way, the equipment that we're bringing on board is induction furnaces, so we don't have the 2,000-degree gas-fired furnaces that we've had in the past, so heat on our operators is not going to be the same, as well as how some of the operations will now be robotic, so we won't have the operators right there. But we will need to open the doors at times to get material in and out, and we don't want to have any sort of restrictions on how often we can open the doors and close the doors. But really, when he talked about love thy neighbor, I think we did a lot of effort into sharing with the neighbors who we were and what we were planning to do, and just need to trust that we took some of the issues that we have at our existing facility, where it's located on the property line, how it's constructed, and did our best to make those improvements. And I think we've done a good job, and I think the city, contrary to what was just talked about, I think they did a fine job in directing us to the location, again, knowing exactly what we do today and what we would need to do to comply. And I have no fault on how this system works. I mean, the planning committee got a great report from the city staff, had a great relationship so far with Matt and his team, and I think this is how the process works. You guys are not full-time, for the most part, aldermen, so to expect you to do the work that we have a trained and paid staff to do, that's how it's working, and now we're at this point in the process, and so hopefully I answered your question on the
Yep, and
on
just
the
for
doors.
clarification, I know, again, it was discussed just for anyone who didn't witness it. So when the doors are closed, you estimated 60 decibels, correct?
60 to
Ish.
the west. The only location that really we plan to have any door that would have noise changing the sound would be the west door. And that door open, we scientifically measured, and I know you guys all got the report, that it would be closer to the high 70s at the property line.
And that door, as of now, faces an open field, correct?
That would face Carnivore Meats.
Oh, that's right, yep,
So
okay.
it would have between, the individual who stood up, I think he's close to 2,000 plus feet away from our proposed facility, as well as having a large structure in front of it that's also gonna deafen the sound going to his address, so.
Perfect, and I will say I did attend the public meeting, and you guys did listen to the residents. You made changes, and I did witness that, and I'm very happy that you were able to do that, so thank you.
Yes, Alder Galvin. Your Honor, Mr. Hoban, I'm looking at the site plan, or the map. You have 8-foot berms planned around a good portion of the property,
Correct.
and on top of that, I mean, it looks like rocks. Is that what it is, or is it supposed to be like trees and stuff like that?
Yeah, I don't know what picture you have, but it should look like shrubs and trees, and again, within the code of, actually, I think it was a little beyond
Okay.
the amount of landscaping we had that, so.
All right. And this facility, how old is the current facility?
Portions of the facility are 110 years old. I think that Forge building dates back to the beginning of the company.
Okay. And so the equipment you're gonna have here is gonna be newer, more modern, designed better?
Yes, all of the above. We can replace 3 hammers. I mean, we have other equipment going into it, but I think what's in question is the hammers that are the noise making. So we are replacing 11 old board drop hammers with 2 CNC programmable hammers, as well as the heating technology I mentioned. It'll go from the gas furnaces to induction.
Okay, and that's gonna be in this red building that says Forge on it?
Yes,
And that building is surrounded on 3 sides by other buildings?
correct. And that, again, trying to design and minimize the noise, we wanted to have it as centrally located as we could on the property and surround it with buildings to shield it even more. So the sound testing that you guys all saw, that was numbers as if that was just a standalone building without buildings surrounding it. So we don't have the numbers of how much impact those buildings are gonna have, but it's only gonna help the numbers.
Right, and so in essence, the berm and the buildings that completely surround this, except for one side, are gonna absorb some of that sound?
Correct.
And then the other side it faces, faces another factory, correct?
The west side, again, the one side that would open, needs to open, that's where we're going to have steel in the yard.
Yep.
That would open out towards carnivore meats.
Which is, nobody lives there.
No,
It's just
already,
open for work and then they close up.
correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that information.
That's all there. Any other questions for applicant? Alder Johnson?
Thank you. Mr. Hoban, thanks for being here. The question that was raised about sort of the decibel levels and how you know that, is that manufacturer's rating, or like, how do you come up with those numbers?
We visited a couple of facilities in the state of Illinois that had the same equipment and also a much more robust structure, cinder block type structures. And so what we did is we had a sound scientist, I guess you'd call him, but Bernard Schober Architects led us on to this individual. And so he took readings at the 2 locations in Illinois, took our current readings, and then was able to extrapolate scientifically how the sound would carry as it got further from the source.
So it's not a number you pulled out of the sky, it's an engineered
Definitely
number.
not. I mean, we knew that this was going to become a hot topic, so we didn't want to have our own handheld decibel reader. We had someone that this is what their day job is.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thanks so much for your testimony and investment.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Motion to close the floor made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Eck. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Floor is closed. So we still have that motion and the second. Any additional commentary? Alder Galvin?
Thank you, Your Honor. I've been to the drop forge. I've been in it on a couple of occasions while it was operating. Yeah, it's loud, but it's old. The buildings are made out of brick. The way it's designed, they have to ventilate for air. The doors are open. But as the Alder, just across the river from the drop forge, I did get complaints from constituents about noise. And the operators of the drop forge were very willing and very able to work with us and work with the city to try and mitigate those problems. I look at their plan here where they've built layered sound-absorbing buildings, berms, foliage, the way they've designed it to face away to another building. They've had it tested by experts who know what they're doing. It's not some police officer sitting out there with some sound meter that someone gave them at roll call and said, go out there and get a reading for us. These are people that are paid professionals that went to other drop forges to get readings from there. It looks like they have done their work, and they've done it very well. They've put a plan together that I believe is going to be successful, but I also rest my vote for approval on the fact that this organization has worked with the city in the past when there's been problems. I know should there be problems in the future, they will do that same thing again. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Any other comments? Alder Johnson, then Alder Hinkfist.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. I want to echo those sentiments. So Drop Forge is currently located in my district, and I actually want to commend Mr. Hoban because I agree. Every time that I've received a call or a concern, he's always been very responsive and has fixed those things that we've had to address. And to Alder Galvin's point, it's an old facility, and we're trying to modernize something here. And I think it should be noted that this wasn't their first stop. They looked at other sites as well in other cities. And of course, I mean, this is a lot of jobs. It's relocation of some jobs back into our community, which I think is really important. But more than anything, I want to remind council, particularly for those who may not be as familiar, of Wisconsin Act 67, which basically says if this, I mean, it's very, more complicated than what I'm going to say, but this property is zoned industrial, and this is an industrial use. And while we can condition its use, we really don't have the ability to just flat out reject something that complies with the zoning use. So, I support it because I think it's a good company. I think it's going to have a positive impact on that, on our community. I recognize the hardship that this might be creating for a neighborhood that's been established and used to the quietness there. But the reality is, through a plan that this body has adopted, that area is identified for an industrial park expansion. And I agree, it'd be great if we could roll back the clock 20, 30 years, as our guest speaker said before, and find better places to put industrial uses. This is the best one that we could identify right now. And we have to have land available in our community for industrial use, and this is what's been earmarked for that. And it complies, again, with all of the regulations. So we don't really have the ability to say no. We can condition, but we can't really say no.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Hinkvist.
Mayor. I also attended the planning commission the other night, and I was, as an alder, extremely impressed with what the Hobans have done, because they presented it to their neighborhood association. The neighborhoods association made recommendations for changes, and they worked with the neighborhood association to make those changes. They've insulated the building, built it around where all of the major noise is going to be, and it's really refreshing to hear Alder Johnson and Alder Galvin talk about they've had issues and that the Hobans have been very graceful in handling it. The other thing is they're bringing up another machine out of Milwaukee, or out of Illinois, so that also adds jobs and expands their footprint here. In addition, all the berms and everything they went around it was something that they added in there to help with the neighborhood. So I am in support and would recommend moving forward.
Great. Thank you, Alder. Any final, Alder Hutchison?
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to let the council know I did receive a call from someone who was opposed to this development, and we had a talk, and I listened to what he had to say about how loud this would be. I did, and he also brought up the fact there's homes right across the road to the east and to the south, and I want those people to know I understand their dilemma they're in. I called the city up, and apparently this land use was designated for business, that specific property, back in 2003. So this didn't just happen. The rezoning may have happened a couple years ago, but this was always going to be used for a business park, which is neither here nor there. This is going to change that neighborhood significantly. I am the alder for the people that are being affected. And so I just want them to know I'm not paying attention to your dilemma. But at the same time, I have the interest of the city at stake. I know this company also looked at the pier. They also looked at other places to go. We want them in Green Bay. This is the location that they were invited to. So I am going to vote for this as well. But still knowing the adjustment that the neighborhood's going to have to make. So just wanted to let people know that.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Grant?
I just have a question for staff, and I believe I know the answer. Is it correct that we cannot implement a condition that is stricter than our city ordinance, like a decibel limit?
question for our attorney or?
Sorry, would you be able to receive that?
Yep, so I know our ordinance is 80 decibels. We, as a council, cannot submit a condition stricter than that because there's a city ordinance with that number, correct?
I'd have to look into that a little bit further. Offhand, so long as our ordinances aren't contrary to state statute, we could request something to be a little bit stricter from a developer if we wanted to. But I would need to look into that further, whether there would be any repercussions for that or not. That would be my guess at this point. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah, I would want some more opportunity to review whether that would be supported in law or not.
Okay, thank you. And the reason I asked that is I did, during the Plan Commission, express a concern about the hours of operation, but after speaking to the business owners and looking at the plan, the way the doors are facing, the way that it is blocked, to me, it's hard to limit a business in their production when they did create a very well thought out layout that really buffered that noise all the way around. I know they're estimating 60 decibels at the property line, but then there is still a road and a setback on top of that. So I think that helps, and I am happy that they did the berm higher than they needed to in the back end, and that it is facing another business versus a home. So I just wanted to clarify why I'm not bringing that up right now, because I do feel that, you know, I'm happy that we are supporting a local business that is intending to stay here. I think that's important. I would have major concerns if the layout was different, facing homes, but I think 60 decibels when the doors are closed to their property line is something that can be tolerated. So I just wanted to clarify that question, and I didn't know about that, so, thank you.
All right, anything final? Seeing none, all in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that motion is approved. So now we've got, I think, N11, which is to refer to staff of communication from Alder Weary, District 8, to direct staff to draft a resolution asking Brown County to fully determine the borders of the Poor Farm Asylum Cemetery and create an interactive memorial site for those buried there. This was pulled by Alder Morgan. Do you have a motion?
I wish Alder Weary was here to explain this a little more. I know there are several people, definitely the veterans are here again tonight, and there are some of the neighbors. I think it's a good idea myself, reading what Alder Weary has proposed here, that maybe we could see if we could do something with this to actually honor the people that might be buried in that area. And that might make a few more people happy about getting some better answers. I know they are going to probably propose tonight, or present tonight, another study that they've done, the people from the Veterans Organization. So I just would like to be able to hear from these people
Okay.
on this. So I make a motion to open the floor.
Okay, motion on the floor made by Alder Morgan, seconded by Alder Presley. On that motion, Alder Johnson?
Yeah, I'm actually going to vote against this one. It's not because I don't want to hear from folks. I think, the reason I want to vote against it is because I think they're here to really talk about the PUD. And I think I'd rather open the floor for that particular item. I have had conversations with Alder Weary on this item, and the reality is the county owns the land where the Poor Farm is, and so we can't, do anything with land we don't own. So this is simply about a referral to staff to draft a resolution, because resolutions are how governments talk to each other, just encouraging the county to do something with that parcel. So again, Alder Morgan, I'm voting against the motion only because I think they're really here for the PUD, and I want us to stay on topic for, the right discussion for the right item.
Alder Johnson's experience and knowledge, and agree with him at that then.
Okay,
So I withdraw the motion.
okay. Alder Morgan withdraws his motion. Is there a second for that? Seconded by Alder Johnson. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That motion has been withdrawn.
Motion to refer.
Motion to refer made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder DeLee. Any discussion there? Seeing none, all in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That item has been referred to staff. So now we are back to ordinance, second reading for adoption. So this is zoning ordinance number 09-24, an ordinance creating a planned unit development overlay district for property located at 2890 St. Anthony Drive. Motion to adopt made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Johnson. Discussion on this one? Alder Eck?
Motion to open the floor?
Any, Alder Grant, Alder Grant, I think, had something first, so we can go there.
Sorry.
Alder Grant?
Just a couple questions for staff. First one probably for Attorney Bungert. In the PUD, it states a purpose and intent, and in that, it does say that the units will be for veterans and be complemented with a variety of social and supportive services for tenants / residents. This project will incorporate two primary elements, 1 and 2, number 1 being new housing, but number 2 is social and supportive services, including active case management, job and career services, group and individual mental health therapy, physical wellness activities, and financial literacy programs. When I asked the owners or the founders of Veterans First about these services that they were providing, they did state that they would be referring services like anything that required a license. Are we being misleading with our PUD by saying that they're providing that within it? Is it something that we would want to consider taking out active case management and mental health therapy until that is something that they can actually provide?
So the purpose and intent section basically lays out kind of a general summary of what the land uses are contemplated under the PUD. And it's not necessarily an obligation that all those uses have to be checked. It's just allowing for those types of uses to be, to occur on that underlying parcel. So I don't think we necessarily have to remove it in order to be, in order for the PUD to function appropriately.
Okay. And then, I know you've answered this before for me, but I just want to state it once more for the record. Again, with the wording of our PUD, this is not for veterans only or veterans exclusive. It is for veterans.
Correct.
And
Yes.
if there
Yes.
is not a veteran on the wait list, they could open the unit up to somebody else.
It's basically severing that tie of however they're going to manage the project with what the parameters of the PUD are going to be. So however they run the program, that really is between them and whatever other governing agencies they have to work with, HUD and so forth, in order to be able to get the funding that they need and to have the program operate as it should. So we just essentially removed that from the language so that it was neutral, and it would also then not conflict with the intentions of the property conveyance from the county.
Okay. And then, this is probably more of a question for our development department. Is there, because questions have been raised about the contaminants, coal, does coal ever stop a development, or is there concerns with if that were to be in the soil, would it change the way that they develop this at all?
Sites with previous industrial uses such as coal storage often do have some level of contaminations that may or may not be problematic for redevelopment. Oftentimes, we are able to develop a site like this without much problem. Sometimes you have to remediate, or you have to develop in such a way that addresses contamination. But in this particular case, a phase 1 is not required. So it's really a matter between DNR and the property owner and the applicant, rather than the city.
Okay, is there anything else besides a phase 1 study that potentially would be recommended by staff that we can ease the residents' minds of what is in that soil? I know we could, a soil sample, or, I would like answers without costing the organization a lot of money.
Yeah, that's hard to do unless you pay for the phase 1, the phase 2 environmental site assessments. You get the sample, you do the testing, There's no way to know for certain.
Okay. And I know this might be a hard question to answer, and if you can't, that's fine. Roughly, what does a phase one cost?
It can vary. We're in the thousands of dollars, not the hundreds, maybe the tens of thousands, depending. It's a record search where you're looking at the history of the site and getting a better understanding of the previous uses. Often, at the end of that report, it will usually indicate whether a phase two is recommended. The phase two is when you actually do the testing. Yeah, and that's just a recommendation from the phase one.
Okay. Okay, then that is all the questions I have. And I don't know if you want to open the floor, but I can motion to open the floor then.
Okay. Alder Grant makes a motion to open the floor. Seconded by Alder Johnson. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Floor is open. Well, I think just about everybody in attendance knows the drill. So feel free to approach the podium, state your name and address, 3 minutes. And we don't have to.
Hi, my name is Paul Tice. I live at 2851 St. Anthony Drive. I think one of the concerns are that has the county, Veterans One, did everything they could to potentially look at other sites. And I'm not just talking about Veterans One looking at a potential different site in the county, but is there perhaps a better place, like maybe a commercial residential subdivision that's just being started, in which it's not, the project wouldn't be right in the middle of a residential area that has been very accepting of other types of programs, like the shelter and the juvenile facility, Brown County mental health and jail. Maybe there's other areas that might be more suitable. I think is the people that potentially are going to be placed there, my understanding is that they're not, they're in transition. Maybe not all the issues have been addressed yet. Maybe there could be some tinkering, so to speak. Maybe once they're over transition, they would be able to come to a setting like that. Also, I think a concern that not only some of the Schmidt Park people have, but also the veterans who live in apartments right there. Is there a possibility that, what is going to happen if, for sure, does anybody know, is there anything in place besides the Historical Society looking at if human remains are found? What is for sure going to be the protocol that's going to be in place? And then also, I think a lot of people would be comfortable if we can make sure that we have all the testing that's possible to answer all the questions before this goes forward.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? All right. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Before I start, let me just say, your sound system is horrible. We can't hear what's going on when we're back there.
We're getting a new one next month.
Next month doesn't help us today, but thank God you are. And I'm not going to be very nice, and I'm going to apologize up front, because apparently the only place for high-density housing in Green Bay is the Far East Side, as you now want to add more of this type of housing on University across from Bay Lofts. How did the Far East Side lose this crapshoot? Oh, and by the way, and this really irritates me, at the last meeting to discuss Veterans First, one member of this body said something to the effect that, I'll vote for it, it's not in my neighborhood. It's in our neighborhood. Thanks a lot. Nice touch. And you wonder why politicians have such a lousy reputation. How many of you have been to Schmidt Park? Raise your hands. You don't even know what we're like. You don't know what our area's like. You don't know anything about us. Now, this is for the peanut gallery here. All the people who live in Schmidt Park, please stand. And you're in Schmidt Park. These are veterans. These are veterans from Veterans Manor. They're not here to support Veterans First. They're here because they oppose it. Don't give me not in my backyard. We have always have had a great relationship with Veterans Manor. We've always supported them. We welcome them. They don't have a restraining order against us. They do have a restraining order against Gail. They never sent us a cease and desist letter possibility. Veterans First did. This should tell you something about Veterans First. Even those veterans who were bribed with pizza to sign the Veterans First petition are now speaking out against Veterans First, and that is why Gail was served with a restraining order. Just because it says veteran doesn't mean it's automatically a good thing. How can this group have well over $1 million raised and so-called commitments of materials and labor and still need to charge $900 rent for 400 square feet? How does a homeless veteran manage that? Why wouldn't veterans rent at Bay Lofts instead for less money for more space? It's only about a half mile from the property in question and across the street from the multifamily housing you're considering. And it's not that I'm opposed to that. That is in a more commercial area, and that's fine as far as I'm concerned. Bay Lofts are offering secure entry and support services. Why isn't anyone questioning this? Based on Veterans First rent, my home in Schmidt Park would rent for $4,000 a month. I don't think so. Somebody should follow the money. Veterans, I don't think, are getting it. So if I sound angry, you bet I am. But you'd be the judge as to why. Thank you.
Any questions? Oh, your name and address, ma'am.
I'm sorry. Kathy Jerry, 1005 St. Charles Drive in Green Bay.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Steve Belo. I live at 2844 University Avenue. I've lived there for over 35 years. And I was thinking tonight, I've lived in Green Bay for over 45 years, and never was I aware of this situation with the burial sites from the mental health center until this whole issue came up. And I can't understand why. That poor farm and the mental health center goes back over 150 years. I mean, that's a substantial chunk of Brown County history. And the way these people were, well, from what I've heard, were pretty mistreated in their days and buried in unmarked graves. I think this piece of property should become a memorial park to them. I don't know if the county is just ignoring that or trying to sweep all this bad news under the rug, but these people deserve some respect and to be commemorated. And speaking of commemoration, I thank you, vets. Thank you for all you've done. I appreciate the sacrifices you've made, and the experiences you've gone through are something we don't even want to think about sometimes, but thank you very much. And that's why I have a conflict, because I want to see a project like this go through for the veterans, but not on this site. I think the priority should be for a memorial park, and what a better way to educate the public. You designate this, put some plaques in there and say, this is Brown County and Green Bay history. And we need to recognize this. As a matter of fact, there will be another place for the tiny home village. I can't believe something else hasn't come up at this time already. But forgive me, I'm tired from last night. I weathered the storm all night long and I'm a little tired. But I would urge you to really consider this and make this a memorial park in honor of the people, going back 150 years. Thank you. Any questions? I'd be glad to talk to you.
Yeah, Alder Presley and then Alder Johnson.
Thank you for your testimony. We've spoken once or twice, yeah, I do share your concerns, and I would like to see that directed to be made into a memorial site. And we just voted on that communication, which we can't really do because it is the county's land, but telling them between our two groups to look into creating that as a memorial site. And we also, you weren't here at the last meeting, but we did get some reasonable assurance from an archaeologist that where we are where they are considering building here would not be on that burial site. So do those two facts sort of alleviate some of your concerns if we can have both potentially?
Not really. No, I like the idea of a memorial park right next to Veterans Manor where these guys are free to walk their dogs or have their gardens without being interrupted right on the property line. And that's what I've seen in the plans here. So you're going to take a well-established Veterans Manor and inconvenience these people or put another group right next to them when this is functioning so well for them. I just don't understand it. I think there's got to be another location for Veterans First. There has to be.
All right, anything further? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Can everybody hear me? All right. So hold on, I'm gonna get my timer out so I don't step on any toes here. I wasn't aware of the 3 minutes. My name's Andrew Peterson. I live at 2859 St. Anne Drive. I live there with my wife and 3 children. I'm a veteran myself. I was born and raised in Appleton, Wisconsin. After high school, I enlisted in the Navy, where I had countless opportunities. I had on-the-job training. I met friends I still keep in touch with, 2 of which flew across the states to stand up in my wedding. Upon getting out, I was able to save so much money because they paid for everything. You don't have any bills. Your transportation, your food, your clothing, everything's paid for. So upon getting out, I have this big bank account. I'm getting unemployment, and I'm able to be the first person in my family to attend college from the GI Bill. Not only do they pay for the school, but they give you a monthly allowance, and on top of that, you get a Pell Grant. So I was getting thousands of dollars a month. Now, I say all this because one of the great lessons we've learned after the Vietnam War was that not all veterans are bad people. But after 20 years of the War on Terror, I hope we can learn that not all veterans are good people. Just because you're a veteran doesn't make you a bad person, and just because you're a veteran doesn't make you a good person either. Some of the best people I know were from the Navy, and some of the absolute worst underachieving sandbaggers, freeloaders I've met were also in the Navy. You have to ask yourself, what kind of person doesn't utilize the GI Bill, the Pell Grant, the unemployment, let alone there's a disability? You know what kind of person that is? It's the person in grade school where they get kicked out of class, where they get suspended. It's the person that calls in sick on the first day of work and quits on Friday. It's the person that nothing's their fault. And it's shame on these recruiters who prey upon the people who are dragged across the graduation line, barely making it, being pushed by teachers because they don't want to deal with them anymore. And then the recruiters gladly sign them up and put them in the Army, the military, or anywhere in the military. And what do they do? Nothing's their fault. They know what to say. They know exactly what to say. I'm feeling suicidal. My shins hurt, X, Y, and Z. And they get out. Some of these people, the qualifications to be in Veterans First, what makes you a veteran, you only have to serve 1 day in boot camp. These people, they're not interested in bettering themselves. They don't take any responsibility for large part. So you're going to import them from across the state and stuff them in our neighborhood. The most underachieving, low-caliber people you can imagine. Not all veterans, but the worst veterans, the most useless ones. And you think these are people who stepped on a landmine and they're missing a limb and they're having trouble? No, that's not it. These are the people who had their hands in their pockets, hid during work parties, and know exactly what to say to prey upon your goodwill. So I know I'm over time, but I'm just sick of grifters preying on veterans. I'm sick of politicians afraid of not standing with the troops because it affects people like us. And who's the person who said, it's not in my neighborhood, I don't care? If you have the guts to say it, who said it?
Time's up, sir.
Yeah,
Any
that's what I
questions
thought.
from council? All right, thank you. We don't allow for outbursts like that in the council chambers, so you can just respect our process. Who's up next? Anybody else?
My name is Stephen Waller, and I reside at 2900 St. Anthony Drive. All of this, in my opinion, is a noble project. But we have a building that is already established with 50 residents. We want to come in with another 21. And they want to drop it 100 yards outside of my front door. Again, I don't have problems. And we want to help the people with PTSD and battle rattle. I've got a building full of them. What are they supposed to do and where are they supposed to go while this 2 years of construction is going on? They're supposed to cower in a closet, crawl under their bed? Is anybody going to soundproof? You know, what's going to be done for the people that are already there? Well, who's protecting their rights? And that's all I have to say.
Questions? All right, thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Katrina Herman. I reside at 1019 St. Lawrence Drive. The reason I'm here tonight, I'm an educator and specifically in medicine. And I wanted to ask you to consider pivoting your perspective. Many of the people that have spoke before me have alluded to the same thing, that I am going to suggest that perhaps we make this a memorial area for those that have come before us. We might not know where the remains of the people that have gone before us are. There could be a 15-foot buffer, there could be 45 feet, there could be 20 yards. I don't know what it is, but I do think what we need to do is take the time to explore it further before we make any permanent decisions. Sorry, I got a little emotional there. Thank you.
Questions? All right, thank you. If there's no one else, we'll entertain a motion to close the floor. Motion to close the floor made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Galvin. All in favor will say aye. All right, this is a well-worn road, folks, so if you have testimony, let's keep it brief. Open the floor. We didn't vote on it. We didn't vote. We didn't vote on it. That's okay. All right, sir, go ahead.
Phil Swayze, 222 Nicolay Drive, Green Bay, Spur Team. I'm proud to say that I volunteered to serve my country. As an intelligence analyst, I acquired top-secret source data and information for the Pentagon. VETS-1 has twice acknowledged that their proposed site invades the asylum cemetery. Initially, they promised not to disturb the soil or construct anything within 10 feet of the entire length of their southern border. Then, when we identified 2 parking lot runoff spillways planned within that border, they increased their no-build border from 10 feet to 20 feet. Now let's talk new facts since this gathering, this commission last met. The State Historical Society, replying to challenging Spur Team key questions, recently enlarged their years-old, non-disturbed boundary area. They previously described the probability of finding bodies outside their non-disturbed area as low. Respectfully, their recent corrected enlargement just proved their low probability prediction to be wrong. Regardless, they continue to describe areas they don't have GPR surveys of as proof of low probability. Inexplicably, they ignore their very own May 1991 Appendix A report. Inexplicably, they ignore their very own May 1991 Appendix A report, which reported bodies at the Asylum Cemetery. From historic records, we calculate 803 bodies at the Asylum Cemetery. From historic records, it's highly likely that Civil War and World War I veterans are included among these burials. Figure 12 of that report proves that Burial Site A, the so-called Asylum Manure Pile Burial Site, is way outside the GPR 2-grid survey area. Clearly, the Asylum Cemetery size and extent has never been GPR surveyed, so they continue to describe it as low probability. Obviously, that's both deceiving and wrong. The recently expanded
All right, sir.
non-disturbed area.
Sir, your 3 minutes has expired.
Yep. The recently expanded non-disturbed area provided no dimensions, but a scaled measurement reveals it to be 40 feet. When added onto the twice admitted Veterans 1 20 feet, that places the non-disturbed northern boundary 60 feet inside the Vets 1 southern border.
Okay.
60 feet.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for our guests? All right. Thank you, sir.
Can everyone hear me? Yep. My name is Jason Scompers. I live in Schmidt Park at 1006 Mount Mary Drive. I'm a member of the Schmidt Park neighborhood, the Spur team, and I oppose this project. The following quotes are from the May 10, 2024 replies from a State Historical Society officer to the Spur team. Quote, I would also appreciate a more in-depth archaeological survey to better understand the boundaries of this area. I agree that without comprehensive archaeological survey, we cannot know the true bounds of any burial site. I sincerely appreciate you and your organization's dedication to protecting these individuals and know that we are united in wanting to ensure that these individuals remain protected and undisturbed. I agree that a comprehensive survey would be best practice. However, I am unable to compel this survey under the state's burial law. End quote. Wisconsin has 15 other Poor Farm or Salem Cemetery sites in 12 counties. These sites have been preserved and contain various memorials, including headstones, signs, historic storyboards, park benches, hiking trails, statues, crosses, and American flags. A prime example is the Pottersfield Cemetery located just half a mile away from the proposed Vets 1 site. Converting the proposed Vets 1 site into a Veterans Memorial Park would be a win for the greater community and everyone concerned. It would be a welcome addition for the neighborhood residents and the surrounding agencies like Veterans Manor, Freedom House, the Juvenile Detention Center, Edinbrook, Moraine Ridge, and all the apartment building families and children. Chuck Lamine, former Brown County Planning Director, said, quote, the real goal is to show our respects and to honor the deceased. Maybe we'd create some kind of park, end quote. Brown County Supervisor Patrick Evans said, quote, the sad truth is that a lot of people buried in Pottersfield were forgotten about even when they were alive. I strongly feel it's our duty as a country to never forget them, end quote. The Department of Natural Resources is the state's single largest owner of archaeological sites, historic structures, and other important cultural resources, including burial areas. The DNR website states, quote, burial sites are universally considered sacred, and it is DNR policy that all such areas on DNR properties will be appropriately cared for and will be treated with the respect they deserve, end quote. Thank you all for your time and service to Green Bay.
Any questions? All right. Thank you.
Good evening. It's not raining and it's Tuesday. My name is Karen Flood. I live at 976 St. Charles Drive in Green Bay. I thank you for listening to me a second time A couple weeks ago, we talked about the marketability of this parcel and the two aspects of marketability that kind of make it a little challenging. One is that environmental phase one site assessment, what's under the ground. The second is the viability of these structures in the real estate aftermarket. But tonight, I would like to talk to you about another real estate aspect, and that is something that all developers worldwide consider when they're building something, and it's called highest and best use. The Spur team believes that the highest and best use for the Vet 1 proposed site is to combine it with the adjoining southerly, non-disturbed cemetery area and convert the entire parcel into an educational Veterans Memorial Park. Few of you raised your hands. You've been out there. It's a beautiful site of mature trees, offering good shade on a day like today. The Schmidt Park Neighborhood Association and the Spur team would undertake the necessity of fundraising activities to support this development and work closely with Brown County, who owns the property, and the city, who has jurisdiction in certain aspects, as we've all learned, to bring this about. We believe that the veterans would support the idea, just like they have done with the previously discussed Potter's Field Memorial Park. Schmidt Park Neighborhood Association is already a 501c3 and could immediately undertake a capital campaign in partnership with the Spur team. All plans and any potential developer would need to be approved through the same process we've been doing this last 6 months. This could also be an attractive draw, a little memorial park, be an attractive draw to the frontage area along St. Anthony, where there are absolutely no burial sites. Compared to the embarrassing public disaster when Vets 1 starts desecrating bodies, a veteran memorial park could prove a crowning achievement for Green Bay. It might even provide a draw, again, I say, for those taxpayer boutique shops along St. Anthony. Brown County and Green Bay leaders have a perfect opportunity to avoid pending debacle and instead emerge as luminaries. Any questions?
Alder Eck.
Okay.
Hello?
Thank you for coming out. Make sure you can hear me. I'm just wondering, did you present this to the county, to the Board of Supervisors?
Not me personally, no, I was not asked.
Okay.
I believe the message was,
The idea was conveyed?
the idea was conveyed. I did not do so.
Okay,
Not-
thank
not
you.
me.
Thanks. Anything else? All right, thank you.
Okay, I hope I can use my teacher voice. My name is Donna King, and I live at 1220 St. Lawrence Drive in Green Bay. Okay, one of the things that's, I keep hearing, not in our neighborhood. Okay, I want you to know that our family has never missed any of the programs at the Veterans Manor. It's not that we don't respect veterans and work with them and all of that stuff. I also, in my immediate family, have 9 veterans, living and deceased, who, and of that, 4 of them have very bad results. One was my father, who lost a lung and a half during the war. And he to get himself back into shape, he actually built our house, and then he went on to work on the railroad again. And I just saw his determination to go for his family and do for his family. And again, I am not against veterans, and as I said, we've always gone to the programs that are there. Also, I'm an educator, and I totally believe that that particular spot could be used for educational purposes. I know that, someplace Veterans First could probably find another piece of land. I still have never figured out quite the magic of what this particular piece of land meant, becoming with all of its complications. So I just want it to be something that we can all work with. And being an educator, I view education as a great place for that particular piece of land. Okay? Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else?
My name is Jim Strong, 1431 East Glendale Avenue, Appleton, Wisconsin. Past president of Fox Valley Veterans Council, past first president and co-founder of Wisconsin Veterans Village Association. I appreciate all the comments that have been made over the period of this entire consideration by the council. I do want to respond to some of the things I heard this evening, and I can tell you with a certain amount of certainty that not every veteran that's going into either the Wisconsin Veterans Village or to the program being put forward here by Veterans First of Northeast Wisconsin is a grifter or a slacker. There are people looking for an opportunity to improve the situation they find themselves in. And whatever that situation is and what brought it on is not necessarily brought about by laziness or looking for a free ride. Those people aren't even interested in coming into a Veterans Village or a Veterans First housing project. These are people that have fallen on particular circumstances brought about by situations in their life, whatever they may be. They're veterans. I appreciate memorials, and it may be appropriate to have a memorial for those unknown souls that are in the field adjoining distantly the property of Veterans First of Northeast Wisconsin. But I can find no more fitting memorial for veterans than to have a home instead of a piece of stone. Thank you.
Questions? All right, thank you, sir.
My name is David Demerel. I live at 2868 Mount Carroll Drive in Schmidt Park, and I've lived there for 43 years. And about 60 years ago, I was a member of this body. I was vice mayor for 4 years. I served under 5 mayors during my political term in the city of Green Bay. And this area we're discussing is not very far from where I live. In fact, I go by it nearly every day. And on the way here tonight, I thought, there's got to be something wrong with this whole situation. So I stopped at the library and looked up the state statutes regarding such a thing. And let me quote to you, Section 15770. Any person who intentionally causes or permits any activity which disturbs a catalog burial site or catalog land contiguous to a catalog burial site, and any person who disturbs a burial site for commercial gain not related to use of the land where a burial site is located, or disturbs a catalog burial site for commercial gain, is subject to forfeit not less than $1,000 or more than $10,000 in fines. Kind of interesting. Somebody didn't do their homework on this project. I hope the city council listens to the people in the area and votes this issue down. It's terrible. In all respect to the veterans, I am not a veteran, but my family members were. One just died at the age of 103, and he was on the submarine that sunk the carrier that brought the airplanes to Pearl Harbor. How's that for history, huh? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions? All right. All right, anything final? Entertain a motion. Motion to close the floor. Okay, that's right.
My name is Gail Knorr. I reside at 13427 Velp Avenue. Thank you for letting us speak tonight. This is the most current map that the county received because they own the property. This is the current corrected burial site, the purple. The tan is the old site, and the pink is the buffer. That is the corrected, most current, that was done May 2024. On May 14th, the Wisconsin State Historical Burial Site Coordinator, Taylor Lambriger, stated in her letter that both the Burial Site Office and the Office of State Archaeologists have reviewed all our records, documentation, and mapping again to ensure that we are providing the correct recommendation. In our professional opinions and review, the proposed development plans provided do not overlap with existing and proposed amended boundaries for the Brown County Poor Farm Cemetery. Our archaeologist, Dr. Jordan Karsten, will be on site during all digging to work with the state. The ground penetrating radar that is being discussed is from 1990 or 2016, so either 30 years or almost 10 years old. So as far as our agencies that we're partnering with over 75 different agencies, 8 employment agencies, 11 health and wellness services, both on-site and off-site, 9 financial services, 10 full-time and part-time staff, 7 different security measures, and 22 different construction contractors and trade professionals. We have signed contracts with most of them. Many of them, of our partners, have licenses that will be coming on site. And if you need that, I can provide you with that. Our rent will be affordable for the 17 one-bedroom units at under fair market value, with the option of obtaining a housing choice or HUD-VETCH voucher to help pay for up to 70% of the rent. The transitional home renters will only pay 30% of their income after obtaining employment. So there will be 4 transitional homes and 17 affordable homes. As Director Cheryl Rainier-Wigg can attest to, we have looked at many other sites within this past 2 years, and this we determined was the best site. It is not for people who do not want to better themselves. It is for people who need some help with affordable housing because rents are very high right now. They have to agree to work on themselves. That's part of the contract. And that's all I have. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Thanks for your testimony. Questions? All right, thank you.
Kim Knorr, 13427 Velp Avenue, co-founder of Veterans First. I kind of like the idea of this memorial park. I think this would be a great opportunity, and I think the fact that the burial site is outside of our boundaries of our property, I mean, I think that would be a great idea. I think the county could get on board with that. If Schmidt Park is willing to have a capital campaign to make that beautiful, I'll 100% support that. The other Potter's Field was beautified by a VFW group out of Bellevue, and I think they did a wonderful job. Something like that could be duplicated here. But don't confuse the two. We're outside of that burial area. I mean, this is current information from the state. This isn't just a bunch of hearsay. They've studied this. This is what they've come up with. This whole project has kind of come together. I think it's been like a vessel for people that want to help, people that know this is an issue and are coming together. I mean, the building trades have been phenomenal. The foundations, the bulk of the Green Bay community wants to support this, and we've had nothing but people, what can I do? How can I fit in with this project? So I think it's a wonderful opportunity for Green Bay. I'm getting pretty excited just to make this thing happen. Thank you for your time. Is there any questions? Alder Eck.
Thank you, Kim. So I remember when you spoke, I think it was at the last meeting, there's so many meetings, I'm trying to keep a track here, that you were concerned the wording of just veteran could kill the project because the county was requiring veterans exclusively. Can you speak on that? Has that changed?
Well, the language was changed a little bit from veterans preferred to just veterans. And then we have a communication with the county that that's all within their, it's acceptable to the county. We are gonna send another agreement with the county for the land donation that says it'll be strictly veterans from our organization, somewhat what the city attorney was alluding to. So our contract with the county will be exclusively for veterans.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
Alder Grant?
There's been a lot of talk about Area A when we refer to the map. On your map, can you show me where Area A is on there?
It would be approximately right here. This used to be all parking lot for the Brown County Mental Hospital. So it was right on the southern end of that parking lot, basically, which is pretty close to our perimeter.
So it is outside of what they're deeming, because Area A possibly could have bodies.
No, what that radar stated was there was a density issue. And there was nothing about determining that it was bodies. The radar used back then didn't determine if it was specifically a body or not. So it was just a density issue. And from what I could see, this was all excavated. They actually excavated back into here after they pulled that parking lot out. So it could have been either clay or rocks or anything. There was never any burial sites up in there.
Okay, but no additional testing was done to verify if it was in fact bodies or not?
No.
Okay. Just a question of something that was brought up. Do you guys have any plans? I mean, there's clearly tension with this project. Have you worked with Veterans Manor or the residents on mending that?
We have not started to mend that. I'm thinking a little bit of time once we get in there and prove ourselves. The county will see, the city will see, and then hopefully the management from Veterans Manor will see also.
Okay. And then one last question. When you state that with the agreement with the county, it will be veterans only, how are you're doing that because you are accepting vouchers, or how are you guaranteeing that when veterans aren't a protected class?
Veterans are a protected class in Green Bay.
Okay. Okay. I can ask later if you need.
All right, anything else? Alder Presley.
So I think you had mentioned this before, but how much of the area that you're planning on developing has had some sort of development before, whether it be a parking lot or?
100%.
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir.
Hi, Dawn Scoppers, 1006 Mount Mary Drive. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I'd like to correct some of the statements that Kim Knorr just made in regards to the GPR study and Area A. First of all, Gail Knorr had mentioned that there hasn't been a GPR study in 30 years or since 2016. There's been a couple. But our whole point was that there's never been a GPR of Area A. And Kim Knorr just correctly stated it is outside of the new boundary area, so he's right about that. But there wasn't a GPR study there, so it doesn't matter how effective GPR was back then, because it was a core sample that identified that there were bodies in Area A. The core sample done, they basically put an auger into the ground, and it showed that there was bone and wood, which showed that there was a body inside a coffin in Area A. Thank you.
All right, try this for a third time. No.
Good evening. My name's Tom Olson. I reside at 3477 Highland Center Drive in Green Bay. There's been a lot of talk about honoring the dead, and I agree that would be a good idea. The parcel we're talking about is for the living, and it's not the whole parcel that the county owns there. It's a relatively small part of that. And I don't see why we couldn't do both things, why we couldn't do this project for the living veterans, who I agree are not all, vagabonds and people that aren't deserving. I think that's a bad characterization for the veterans that we're trying to serve here. And I assume, some new information I heard tonight from somebody from Schmidt Park, was that they would be happy as a 501c3, their homeowners association, to help raise money to honor veterans, make it a veterans park. Well, a lot of the talk has been about the Potter's Field and the Poor Farm, and a lot of those people buried are not veterans, so it would have to be something more to honor those folks as well as the veterans. But I'm assuming that if they're willing to go ahead and help raise money for that memorial, certainly our project would also support that. And I'm assuming that wasn't a quid pro quo. In other words, if the council kills our project, that then they'll go ahead and raise money for memorial. I assume they'd like to make that memorial regardless. So, anybody have any questions?
Any questions? All right, thank you, sir.
My name is Rick Jerry, 1005 St. Charles Drive, Schmidt Park. Been here before multiple times. One thing that has been overlooked that was mentioned earlier is the latest ground penetrating radar thing discovered over 900 burials in that property. Not 90, not in my limited little area there, like some people are pointing out, but over 900. Going back to the Civil War. So to say that there's nobody in the area that they're planning on going into, and that the latest thing they've got says that there's nobody there, wrong number. More misinformation. The other thing that's misinformation is they say there's going to be somebody on site 24/7 to keep track of what those people are going to be doing after hours. Also misinformation. They may have a volunteer, but who's going to watch the volunteer when he's out having a cigarette or maybe visiting the powder room or something like that? Just some more information we don't have. Thank you.
Sir. Excuse me. Alder Gellin. You have information that there's 900 bodies?
That was the last thing we heard here tonight.
You heard it
Over
here tonight?
900, yes, sir.
Does anyone remember hearing anyone say anything about 900 bodies?
I said 803. We calculated that for the archives at the library.
That field has 800 and some bodies?
803.
Okay,
Okay,
all right, thank you.
I stand corrected, which is a far cry from the 90.
All right. Anyone else like to testify?
Hans Christensen, 2855 Mount Carroll Drive in Green Bay. I'm the chair of the SPUR team, and I am opposed to this project. I did not plan on speaking this evening. I had prepped my team quite well, and they did a great job. Your Honor, I apologize for the outburst and applause, but it has something to do with a little bit of passion with this group. So I do apologize to this body. I found it rather curious. On June 17th of last week, I turned on my news at 4:30, and I was greeted by Action 2 News with the Norse taking what I viewed was a very premature victory lap on the site of the proposed Veterans One project. They know that this project is not a done deal. We know this project is not a done deal. We were at the county last week, and we understand that they rightfully have final say and authority. So it was a premature victory lap, and it aggravated a lot of residents because we have done our homework, and we feel like we have been frankly ignored. So you see the passion here tonight. It's because there's a lot of pent-up anxiety and anger over the fact that we think some elders have written us off as not my backyard. But I sat and I thought about it. That kind of undisciplined behavior from the Norse is something we have seen for the last 7 months. They know the process. I could spend an hour with you all, if you would allow me, to talk about this site survey. I can recite the GPR survey by memory. I've read it so many times. The sad fact is Gail Knorr does not know what she's talking about. She pointed to that map and told you things that are patently false. I urge you all to read that map and understand and listen to the state archaeologist who told me personally in a note. She agrees with me. The best practice is a GPR study of the entire site. I did not make that up, nor did Dr. Rosebrough or Taylor Lamberger, who I've spoke with numerous times. I have a great relationship with them. They've been very candid with me. So I would urge you to understand that we are going to continue to take our fight to the county. I heard a couple interesting things that I need to have clarified, and I will ask my elder to do this in session. We were told that veterans were not a protected class. Therefore, they needed to word the PUD as veterans preferred. I thought I just heard the city attorney say, in fact, that veterans are a protected class. That is contrary to everything we've been told to this point. Please clarify that when I'm done with my remarks. The next thing that Gail just mentioned is that these 17 affordable homes are going to be for people who can't afford the rent. Well, sorry to tell you, Gail, that was not the intent of the Brown County supervisors. What you're doing is simply rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. People who are in a rent-challenged environment are not the ones that need help. It's the ones who do not have a permanent home. There is a formal definition, which I shared with all of you elders today, United States Code, and the numbers are in there, that defines people who are at risk.
Sir.
I urge you to read that definition because
All right,
they don't
any
know what that
questions for our
definition is.
guest?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Questions?
Motion to close the floor, made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder DeLee. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, the floor is closed. I believe there's a motion and a second. Additional questions or comments? Alder Grant.
Thank you. Attorney Bunger, I know you sent it to me, but can you clarify for the public?
Yes, with respect to veterans being a protected class, it's, it depends on what context you're looking at, so.
Just close to the mic, I think.
So, yes, sorry about that. So it depends on what context you're looking at. So veterans are protected under federal and state law with respect to employment, not specifically with respect to housing under the Fair Housing Act and state law. They're not included as a protected class. But additionally, our Equal Rights Ordinance does classify veterans, military status, past or present, as a protected person, and specifically housing discrimination is prohibited against protected persons as defined under our ordinance. So it's not a very straight answer, yes or no.
So to clarify, your last statement, it's not a clear yes or no.
Meaning it depends on the context. If you ask the question generally, are they a protected class? It depends on the context you're asking in.
Okay, I guess it's just a little confusing because this has been spoke about before at previous meetings and that was never clarified or brought up until now, and even now I still don't feel like I have a clear answer. I just, and I don't know if anybody else has questions, but I just feel like a development should feel good, and this doesn't feel good. There's too many what-ifs. Every meeting, our numbers grow of people who are opposed to this project, and residents of Green Bay are growing, opposing this project. The more they're hearing about it on the news or viewing our meetings, the frustration is building. Alder Johnson proposed a hold to consider other options, and he acknowledged the friction between the residents and this project. Are we going to ignore the no trespassing order by Veterans Manor towards Veterans First? That is friction. The veterans that reside there are going to have to deal with construction. Any issues that Veterans First experiences, Veterans Manor will absolutely admit that they've experienced issues with their own residents. They have a better handle on it now, but any issues, it's right next door to existing veterans. So we're gonna help veterans by not protecting existing veterans? How do we do it at somebody else's expense or cost, ultimately? I want you to think about that. And before we vote tonight, I want you to think hard about our roles and responsibilities as elected officials. A yes vote tonight is a message to our residents that you are choosing to not listen to their voices in which you were elected to represent. We have heard hours of testimony from our residents of Green Bay against this location. Take a look around the chambers at everyone that showed up tonight in the last 2 meetings to voice their valid and justified concerns. While this is in my district, you will be sending a message to every Green Bay resident, yours included, that you don't vote for them, but for other reasons we will never know. Again, this is purely saying this location we are not comfortable with. It is not the project, it is not the purpose, it is the location. And if you can look those residents in the eyes and ignore their concerns, we have a problem as elected officials. And I want you to think about that. Thank you.
Any other comments? Alder Presley.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think I may have been the one who was misconstrued as said this isn't my district, so I don't care about it. I did say at the last meeting this just touches my district because District 6 does cover St. Anthony Drive, even though it's not in my district. I have spoken with neighbors who, not as many because it's not the biggest part of it, but I've spoken with neighbors. We've had some good conversations. Some of them are here tonight and they provided testimony. I understand the negative feelings towards this development. I understand that there are some concerns, there are some things that we think it could be better used for, but I do just want to, the way I am considering this and the way I think we should all consider this is that we have something on the table in front of us right now. So we are not voting on what we think it could be potentially, we are not voting on what we would like it to be, this site. You know, I have a car wash down the street from me. I don't really want a car wash, but when that was decided on to allow that construction, the question was, is it a responsible development and can we be reasonably assured that it is a good development and it won't have catastrophic issues? And I am reasonably assured that this will be a good development. I am reasonably assured that we will not have an issue with the burial sites. I'm reasonably assured that we will not have an issue with environmental contamination. This is coming from 2 years of process. This is coming from expert testimony. This is coming from a letter from the Wisconsin Historical Society. So I want to make my constituents, I want to make it very clear that I'm not ignoring you, but I am also listening to all of the other voices and the expert voices and the people who have spoken in favor of this, which there are also those. Even if the scales are tipped a little bit tonight, there's the Schmidt Park residents have chutzpah. They are here all the time, and I appreciate that. But there are other people who I've spoken to who have had strong commitments to building the Vets First project. So I'm not ignoring, and I never said I don't care about this neighborhood. I do, and I am still going to vote in favor of this as I did last time.
Thanks, Alder. Anything final? Alder Prophet.
Yeah, I'd just like to speak to my process a little bit as well. This is the 4th time around. You know, we're hearing from neighbors. I alluded to last time around, I have a sober living facility that popped up. We borderline share a driveway. One of their doors pops into mine. I had no knowledge of it. I found out on Facebook. I was not involved in that process, and I had questions that I didn't get addressed at that time. So I applaud the Schmidt Park residents for taking all 4 opportunities to come out and speak and share your concerns. In regards to that, I feel the biggest issue is the burial sites. It's what I'm hearing repeatedly, right? And I think it's important for me as an elected official to acknowledge when I'm not an expert. I am not an expert at burial sites. However, I feel reassured that the archaeologist will be on site, that the archaeologist has spoken, that the state burial expert who spends 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, looking at burial sites has said. I feel confident that there's a state statute that tells us what happens if bones are discovered while that archaeologist is on site. I feel confident in our 2.5 years that the city has spent working with this developer. These are all areas that are not my expertise, but I have to acknowledge that work has gone into this behind the scenes that we have not seen. So for that reason, I'm voting in favor tonight.
Anything else? Alder Galvin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Alders Prophet and Presley make good points. We're not experts. We do care, despite what some people might think. We do take our elected positions responsibly. We do vote for what's best for this community. I have a shelter in my district where individuals pay to go there. They're worked with. They have to maintain certain rules to stay in that place. The neighbors were not wild about it. Now, 2 years later, many of the neighbors are helping that organization out, getting donations, helping out, keeping an eye on things. It was something that everyone thought was going to fail, and it didn't. It's been working. I've heard a lot about the cemetery, and like Alder Prophet said, we have to rely on the experts. Someone says they went to the library and they looked up and there's 800 and some bodies there. That was never shown to us, any of that information. And I've never heard any of the experts talk about it. I've heard a lot, it's not in my backyard. And that concerns me because nobody wants things like this in their backyard. Nobody does. We can go to any district in this city and there's going to be groups that are going to get together and be against this project being in their district, near their homes. I looked up an article from the Press Gazette. It's from August 29th of 2014, and it's talking about the original Potter's Field. And that's being maintained by a VFW post. And one of the post commanders, past post commanders, said about that field, the people in there are soldiers returning from World War I and World War II. They were often neglected and isolated as they struggled with substance abuse problems and awful mental health issues. This is what we have for this Veterans Village. Now, a veteran got up here and talked about how every individual that's a veteran that has substance abuse problems, has AODA issues, mental health issues, is a slacker, and I could use a whole bunch of other words. I guess that's his opinion. The thing that bothered me the most was the applause that he received from this group. Although you all got up and talked about how you love veterans, this guy got up and ran down every veteran that's going to be staying at this place, and you applauded. And then you must have been applauding something else he said, but I found that very disturbing. And I'm going to support this because I think it's good for this community. And I think you're going to find out that it's going to be good for your community. And it's not something we're just taking a chance on. It's something that we have listened, we have read, we've researched, and we're making an informed decision. And I think it's a good decision for this city. Thank you.
Alder Morgan.
A lot of what I'm going to say is what I said at the last meeting, but I'm going to follow it up with something different. I want the veterans to have something like this community. I also think we need to listen to our constituents. There still are too many questions that haven't really been answered totally. I wish there was some way we could get a new study done. I wish there was some way we could get some of these laws, like former Alderman Damrow mentioned, there's questions about what can be done by cemeteries, all this stuff. But the one thing, I still remember our last meeting, we actually were here for, 8 hours? Some of us were here at 4:30 for training. And the very good spokesman we had talking to us in his training, one of his last comments were, we're going to find ourselves in a position where we either have to vote with our heart or we have to vote on what is right. If I'm voting with my heart, I'm going to say, yes, we got to build this village, and the quicker the better. But because I'm not sure all these questions are answered properly, I'm probably going to have to start thinking I need to vote for what's right. That's it.
Thanks, Alder. Anything else? Alder Grant for a second time.
Thank you. You are all absolutely right. We aren't experts. So if that's the case, then we shouldn't be against amending the PUD to have a GPR study done prior to development. Why not be sure? So I'm going to make a motion. And I apologize, Attorney Bungard, I know this is second reading. So can we amend at this level to add a condition?
And amend an ordinance at second reading, correct?
Okay, then I'm going to make a motion to amend, to add the condition that a GPR study is done prior to development.
Okay, Alder Grant makes that motion, seconded by Alder Morgan. Discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay? Nay. Nays appear to have it. Yes, just so the audience and alders know, if you ever want a board vote, all you gotta do is ask. Board vote has been requested. This is on Alder Grant's amendment to require the GPR study.
Just give me a moment. This is spinning circle of death. I'm just gonna go down the line, okay? Alder Grant?
Yes.
Alder Hutchison?
No.
Alder Morgan?
Yes.
Alder Galvin?
No.
Alder Stevens?
Yes.
Alder Presley?
No.
Alder Prophet?
No.
Alder Johnson?
No.
Alder DeLee?
No.
Alder Eck?
Yes.
Alder Hinkfist?
Yes.
I will reread that. Alder Grant, yes. Alder Hutchison, no. Alder Morgan, yes. Alder Galvin, no. Alder Stevens, yes. Alder Alder Presley, no. Alder Prophet, no. Alder Johnson, no. Alder DeLee, no. Alder Eck, yes. Alder Hinkfist, yes. Does that capture your votes? Okay, thank you. That is 5-6, which 5 yeses and 6 nos.
All right, so that motion fails. Good ears, apparently. So the underlying motion is on the table. We've had a lot of discussion, and we need to use the board on that. Is there any final comments? Seeing none, we'll use it. And this is on approval of the ordinance.
Right, just give me 1 second again. Okay, you may vote. And Alder DeLee?
Yes.
Thank you. And you may display.
All right. And that is approved 7-4? All right. Well, thanks again to all members of the public for your testimony on this item. On to the report of the Redevelopment Authority. Motion to approve made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Hinkfist. Any items here to be handled separately? Seeing none, all in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved. Improvement and Services Committee. Motion to approve made by Alder DeLee, seconded by Alder Presley. Items here to be handled separately? Hearing none, all in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved. Protection and Policy. Motion to approve made by Alder Stevens, seconded by Alder Prophet. Items here to be handled separately?
7, 13.
7 and 13. Others? Hearing none others, all in favor of approving the remainder of that report signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The remainder of the report has been approved with the exception of items 7 and 13.
Motion to approve renewal.
Alder Johnson on item 7 makes a motion to approve renewal.
Correct.
Is there a second on that? Item 7. Alder Galvin seconds. Discussion on that, Alder Johnson?
Make a motion to open the floor.
All right, motion has been made to
Well,
open.
actually, Mayor, could we maybe get, before we do that, can we get, I guess, some additional perspective from staff? And then we'd look to open the floor.
Yeah, want to head to the podium, Lieutenant?
Good evening, all alders. I'm Lieutenant Mahoney. I'm the lieutenant in charge of the Eastside Community Service Division. I just want to give you some background on why the police department is recommending non-renewal of the license for Mr. Neal. Per the city ordinance, we sent Mr. Neal a letter outlining the violations that we believe have occurred. The new ordinance requires that we send him a letter, that we meet with him, that he submits an abatement plan back to us within 10 days after meeting him. And in that abatement plan, there are certain things that are required. We sent him the letter on March 20th of this year. We had a meeting with him on March 28th where he was represented by his attorney. During that meeting, we outlined in the letter the observations of violations that we have over the past year. I will go over a couple of them. On 3/18 of 2003, officers observed people in the bar after hours with the lights out, including the owner of the bar. The patrons were removed from the bar. On the follow-up, we gave the owner a warning that only he and his employees could be on scene after bar closed to clean. Then a day later, officers observed a verbal disturbance outside his bar involving multiple people. They were eventually sent on their way. On 5/21 of 23, we had a neighbor complain about loud music coming from the bar. Our officers once again decided to give him a warning. We've had other complaints of loud music coming from his bar throughout the year. On 8/30 of 2023, Green Bay Rescue had to respond to the bar because there was an intoxicated party that had a tracheotomy that was inside his bar having trouble breathing. The person was very intoxicated, so we believe there was over-serving. On 11/2 of 2023, we assisted the ATF and the IRS. There was a tax warrant. We tried to assist them on 11/2 of 2023, but the bar was not open. So on 11/9 of 23, we assisted ATF and the IRS with a tax warrant. The owner was delinquent on his taxes. He was also told to remove his gambling machines that he had present inside the bar. The main call that we dealt with Mr. Neal was on 1/27 of 2024. We were called about a weapons call at the bar. We received the call 8 hours after the occurrence at the bar. That situation involved the owner invites the victim into the bar at 3 a.m. after bar close. Mr. Neal told us that he was trying to defuse a situation that happened outside, so he was bringing the patron inside the bar. He's sitting with we have video, he's sitting with the patron inside the bar. They seem friendly at first. Mr. Neal does drink a shot with the patron. I know at protection and policy he said he did not, but video shows that he does. He then grabs a bottle and throws it at the patron, a full bottle that was behind the bar, throws it at the patron, grabs him by the coat and pulls the coat off over his head. He grabs another bottle and makes a gesture like he's going to throw it at the patron. And then he walks back to, in the video you can see there's a back area of the bar, a back room of the bar. He does grab a firearm. You can see a handgun in the video. He comes out with the handgun. He then goes back to the room and turns off the lights to the bar so the patron, we believe, can't see what he was doing. His cameras, I'll admit, are good. They went to a night mode. When he walks back out behind the bar, you do see him racking the gun, which for those that aren't familiar is essentially putting a round in the chamber. He goes up to the gentleman. It appears they get into a verbal altercation. He is holding the firearm behind his back. He then goes to try and put the firearm behind the bar. He and the patron get into a pretty physical fight. The gun does fall to the floor. Sometime during this altercation, the gun does go off. We weren't able to determine exactly when. You do not see it in the video. but we later recovered shell fragments, and we had witness statements saying that they heard a gunshot. Mr. Neal, the owner of the bar, then repeatedly punches the victim. I counted 13 times that he punched the victim when he was on the floor. You can tell at least 6 to 7 the victim was unconscious because his arm just flops every time he's punched. Then he takes water and throws it on the victim to try and wake him up. That in itself is why we don't believe Mr. Neal should continue to have his liquor license. Following ordinance, he was supposed to submit an abatement plan to us, to the chief of police or representative, and also the law department. The abatement plan was incomplete. It was supposed to be signed by Mr. Neal. There was supposed to be a line in the agreement saying that he agrees to follow the agreement. We did not have that in the agreement. And he was also supposed to put in there the name, address, and phone number of a representative that we, within 30 miles, that we could get in contact. We ask that as part of the law, so when we have to, a lot of times when we need to get a hold of video, we know exactly who to contact. So that's a bit of the background on this. So with all that went on with this last incident, that's why we're recommending non-renewal of his license.
Thanks, Lieutenant. Question, looks like Galvin's got one. Alder.
Lieutenant Mahoney, let's go back to when you start telling us about the violations. 38 people in the bar after hours. Patrons were released with a warning?
Yes,
Owner was released with a warning.
correct.
Was a report done?
Yes, there was a case report done on that.
Okay. And then on the 19th, there was a disturbance outside?
Correct.
Is this related to his bar in some way? I mean, if there was a disturbance in front of your house, would we assume it came from your house?
With the bar, I would have to dig into that report more. The officers where his bar has observed the disturbance in front of his bar, we were never notified by him at all.
Well, it's outside his bar. Was he aware of it?
That I don't know.
Okay. 5/21 of 23, what was the incident on that date? Is that loud music?
On 5/21, there were reports of shots fired in front of his bar.
5/21, shots fired.
We did, on that one, video evidence shows the male was in the bar, but the shots were fired outside the bar.
Did he cooperate with that?
On that one, we did recover a handgun. He did call us on that one with the shots being fired.
So that's really not his bad? I mean,
No,
he can't help
no,
it, someone
no,
comes in.
that's why,
Okay.
going through these, I didn't hold that one
All
against
right,
him.
you said there were many instances of loud music coming from the bar. Who was the complainant on that? I know there's no residential homes in that area.
If I grab my computer, I'd be able to pull up
Okay.
the CAD reports. They
Were-
were from neighbors.
Were officers sent to that bar?
Yes.
Did they warn them every time?
They, a couple times, they said no action was taken by the officer, so I'm assuming the officer might have just driven by when they had a chance, and if they didn't hear it, they didn't go and talk to him.
All right. The tax warrant?
Yes.
Does that have anything to do with the city granting him a license?
It doesn't affect me. I guess it just shows that he is not following what he should do in order to comply with ordinances and laws.
All right, and then this weapons call, we got the call 8 hours after the incident. Who called that in?
He actually called in wanting us to tow a vehicle that was actually the victim's vehicle in his lot. We also received a call from our victim explaining what happened, and the officers put, I guess, 2 and 2 together. Mr. Ricardo was cooperative with us and told us where the firearm was, but it was never called in by him that night.
Okay, so, and we're going from the video, right?
Correct.
Okay. Were there details written?
Yes.
Okay. How come we didn't get any of this in our packet so we could study it and understand what's going on here prior
Well,
to the meeting?
With this being a new process, I didn't know if you guys will eventually be determining or essentially being as judge how much I'm allowed to release, and also his court case, his criminal case is still pending.
So this is still being adjudicated?
Yes, I believe I just checked CCAP. He has a plea hearing coming up in the middle of July.
What if he's found innocent?
Well, that's a criminal proceeding. I still believe having a firearm inside a bar, whether he's found innocent of those charges, warrant non-renewal of his license. One is criminal, one is more of civil.
Well, I could carry a gun into a bar. as long as I don't drink, correct?
I don't believe so.
You don't think so?
No, I would have to research, but I don't believe so.
I'm gonna get in a lot of trouble then. Because it's my understanding, as long as you don't drink alcohol, as long as you have a concealed carry permit or a permit, that you're allowed to go into
I would have to
Okay.
research that, Alder.
All right, so he didn't have the gun on him during this incident. He armed himself in the middle of the incident. After he came in with the patron, they had a shot, then they
Correct.
scuffled, then he goes off and he gets the gun, comes back with the gun, he stands with the gun behind his back
Yes,
while he's talking to this guy.
yes,
Then he gets in the scuffle, puts the gun down, it falls to the ground, they scuffle, 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 and at some point the gun goes off.
correct.
Okay. And so, well, we can't go into that too much because it's being adjudicated, so, yeah, we wouldn't be getting details on that or anything else like that. All right, and what was he charged with?
I believe it was recklessly endangering safety, using a weapon, disorderly conduct. I have it on my computer. I could pull up a CCAP record.
Did anyone, in any of these incidents, get, like, the trachea guy? Now, it's against state statute to overserve someone. Did anyone get a blood alcohol reading from this individual to see if he had been?
No.
To help determine if he was over?
No.
So we don't know. He could have just been coughing on a peanut or a potato chip or something like that.
It's possible.
But was a report written on that?
On that one, since it was an agency assist, I doubt we did a report. I don't know if fire or rescue would have done one.
So were the officers concerned at all about him being overserved?
Enough that they reported to our community police officers, so we're made aware that this happened at that bar.
You see how it would have helped if they'd done a little bit more work on the front end towards the back end?
Possibly.
Okay, because,
Yep.
you know, he's gonna have his kick at the cat here to be able to say what he wants to say.
Yep, I
To
100%
defend
agree.
himself, so.
And he has been extremely cooperative with us. I just believe his actions, especially this latest one, is why we're recommending non-renewal. He's been cooperative with us. We don't have a problem with that. In fact, I believe when he applied for his liquor license, the officers vouched for him. It's just this latest action, having a firearm in the bar, and then the repeated actions when it appears the gentleman was unconscious, that there's really no way to abate that since he's the owner of the bar. It's
Right.
not like it's a bouncer where you could train him or fire him. He's the actual liquor license, the owner of the bar.
All right, thanks very much. Alder Johnson?
Thank you, Lieutenant Mahoney. Alder Galvin asked a lot of the questions I was going to ask, but one I did want to probe a little bit more was the abatement plan.
Correct.
Did you ever come to an agreement on an abatement plan?
I never received one. He emailed one to myself in the city attorney's office. I believe Attorney Mason, the city attorney, responded saying this isn't acceptable, and then we never received anything back. But I know the police department never did. Attorney Mays would have to say if the attorney's office got anything.
Could Attorney Mays comment on that?
Lieutenant Mahoney is correct that a correction plan was submitted, but it was missing required portions. It was not signed. It did not specify a contact person within 30 miles for future police or fire contact. And I had communicated that with the applicant, or with Mr. Neal's attorney, and then no further plan, no corrections were ever submitted.
So then, other than missing an emergency contact, was there actually a plan submitted that had substance?
There was a plan that was submitted.
Okay, so your email to Mr. Neal was to ask for the emergency contact, anything else?
And it wasn't signed. It was never agreed to by him.
So it was missing the contact and a signature?
Correct. It was
Yep.
missing those elements.
Okay.
Anything else? Yeah, and then just before we go there, I think Alder Eck is in the queue actually online. Attorney Bunger had some guidance though for council.
Yes, so just want to remind council that this isn't a full quasi judicial hearing. It's just staff's recommendation for non-renewal. So I just want to avoid council going too deeply into investigations simply because it could potentially be coming back towards you for a quasi judicial hearing, because the license holder would have the ability to appeal, if his license is not renewed. So you're free to ask questions. I can't tell you to not ask questions, but just so that you understand that this is not an actual quasi judicial hearing, that could still happen in the future.
Okay, could I comment?
Alder Johnson.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Attorney Bunkert, I guess, but if we're recommending to deny someone's license, and we have nothing in our packet to support that or to explain what happened, and again, I know you said, and I'm not telling you not to ask questions, but I think that's why we are asking questions, because we don't have anything to base that on, so.
Alder Eck.
Okay, so I was at the Policy and Protection meeting, so I heard the information. And so I just want to confirm with Lieutenant Mahoney, the gentleman was there, and he said that he brought the guy in and had a shot with him to diffuse the situation. And then when he was reminded that he had gone and touched his gun, that you're not allowed to drink and hold a firearm, then he backed up and said, I didn't have a shot. So, you know, when you hear this, it was basically, did you have a shot or did you not have a shot? You said you did, but then you turned around and said you didn't. Am I correct in that?
Yes, that's the way I recall that conversation or his testimony at P&P.
Okay, thank you, because it was very disturbing to me. And just hearing what happened with looking in the, you know, we're asking our police officers to do what they need to do, and looking at the video and replaying it, we're trusting that he's giving us a play-by-play of what happened, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Alder Prophet.
I just had a clarifying question as well. At Protection and Policy, I believe it was communicated that the shot, it was a singular shot and it was fired in the back room. Is there video footage showing otherwise from January 27th?
There's no video of his back room. There's no cameras. Watching the video, the only time I see the gun is he walks out of the back room, and during the scuffle, the firearm eventually falls to the floor. You don't see a muzzle flash or anything that's showing where the shot is, so it could have been in the back room, possibly, but there's no video showing that.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for Lieutenant Mahoney? Alder Galvin just can't fully engage cop mode. Okay. Did you say there were fragments found?
Yes.
Where were those found?
That I'd had to read farther into the report. The officers the next day said they were found, I believe, out in the bar area, that not in the back room, but out in the main bar area.
And were these officers, were evidence technicians called to gather those fragments as evidence?
Without going deeper into the report, I don't know if our officers collected them. I do know our evidence technicians went out there to recover video off the cameras. The reports I did read, I believe, one of the officers that located placed the fragments into evidence.
All right, thank you. All right, any other questions? Alder Morgan. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Alder Morgan.
In our packet, it does explain, he does have a plea hearing July 15th, 2024. Count 1 is second-degree recklessly endangering safety, and count 2, substantial battery. I myself am on that committee, and I voted against it. I have a HR 218, that's a national concealed carry firearm. I've carried concealed for 53 years, and thank God I've never had an unwanted discharge. When I asked the gentleman that night stuff like, what kind of gun is he? He doesn't even know what kind of gun he has, so he obviously has done nothing to train for this. We are spending thousands of dollars every year because of concerns for public safety. Mainly, the big issue nationwide is use of firearms. The mix of, first of all, being open after, not being open, but consuming and distributing alcohol after hours, and then accidentally or whatever, having a gun discharge. And our officers already are overworked. We spend so much time on this, I could see no way that I could vote to have this gentleman keep his license.
Thanks, Alder. Other comments?
Motion to open the floor.
Alder Johnson makes a motion to open the floor. Seconded by Alder Prophet. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open. So if anyone would like to offer testimony, feel free to do so. And then just state your name and address.
Sure. Good evening to you all. My name is Jevin Giacone, the attorney for Ricardo Neal.
Hi, my name is Ricardo Neal.
So a few things. Mr. Neal is a citizen. He came from here in Jamaica approximately 12 years ago. Started a business 7 years ago, McNeil's. Then 5 years ago, he started Jamrock. To my knowledge, there's been no other issues that I've become aware of. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just going from last year that was listed here. With respect to the plan that we talked about, although it was not in the proper format, the defendant did make substantial changes. I'll let him talk when he's up to that, about changing hours, making sure there was better lighting, more security. He'll discuss that. With respect to having the handgun, there is a statute in Wisconsin that an owner with a properly CCW, which the defendant has, or actually, Mr. Neal, I'm used to doing criminal law. I do apologize. And that statute is Wisconsin Statute 941.237 sub 3. With proper licensing, the following people may carry a concealed weapon in a bar: the owner or manager of the premises. Now, with respect to the incident that happened, the victim, and I'm going to use air quotes not to be disrespectful toward anyone, this case is still pending. And I know there's other attorneys here, they can speak to this. We plan to do a self-defense. The reason being, oh, okay. I was a little surprised myself, sorry about that. Could have done that an hour ago when we were going through the, no, I'm joking. But anyway, the victim in there has posted on social media that he was offering $2,000 for someone to kill the defendant. He's made numerous things. He has a long history of crime, intimidation, battery, violence from Chicago all the way up to Green Bay. We plan on introducing this. It's a McMorris motion. I believe your legal counsel can verify that is correct. So it isn't going to be a plea hearing on the 15th, no offense. It will be set for trial. We anticipate self-defense and prevailing. Thank you for your time.
I don't know where to begin.
Your name and address first.
All right, my name is Ricardo Neal, and my address is 721 Eliza Street, Green Bay, Wisconsin, 54301. On the night that happened, we had I normally turn the lights on, like, when we're busy, half an hour before the regular time of bar close. So I turned them on, we exit the building, we put them out, and while we had the lights on still while we're cleaning, I heard the noise, loud music on the sidewalk by the stop sign, and I looked through the window and I saw the car out there. I heard the noise and the talking, the yelling, so I went outside, and I saw him arguing with two ladies behind the car, behind his truck, and there was a couple other guys sitting in the car behind him, waiting for something to happen. My method of this, stopping what's going on is separating the parties. So I told him to park his vehicle in the back, and I'll send him home in a Uber. And he said he doesn't live that far, and I went a joke, and I said, put your vehicle in the back anyways and come inside. I'll even push your car home. Just let these people go. We don't need the problem tonight. And I brought him inside. The lights were still on. We were still there. And I bought him a shot. That was the enticement to get him back. It calmed down, to separate it, to diffuse the problem. Bought him that shot. And so while we were there talking, he said he wanted to buy another shot. So he ordered, and I served, and I told him the price. And he said that he's not paying for this one somewhere along the line. We're there conversating, and then suddenly say he's not paying for it because something about these bitches don't pay for their stuff. Excuse my language. And him and I started talking, and I'm like, you have to pay for your drink. I already gave you a discount. I'm helping you out. Then he said, excuse my French again, he said that he killed niggers for less than that, and he's going to find my bitch on American Airlines or wherever the hell she works at and do whatever to her. So by this time, we're arguing. Sorry, I'm getting nervous as I speak. It's kind of terrifying up here. So He had $20 on the counter. He took the $20 up, and I snatched him. I grabbed that jacket to take the money out, and he slipped out of it and started taking his clothes off, wanted to fight. And I went around. He said he killed people he's from Chicago, so that's 'cause Chicago people are scary. So then I went around the bar, and I came back, and I had a pistol behind me like this, and I went up to him. I walked up to him and I asked him to leave. I don't want him winning anymore. I don't want him in this place. And he chest bumped me from the pool table all the way to the back all the way to the corner of the bar. And then I turned my back to put my gun over the counter to use both my hands to try to, do whatever I can do to get him out of the bar, because at this point he's aggressive, he's taking his clothes off, he's trying to fight. And when I turned my back to reach my hand over the counter to put my gun down, he jumped on me from behind. So he's pushing on me, and this tall guy is pushing on me, and I'm reaching like this. We stumbled into the gambling machines, and I'm losing my balance into the gambling machines, and I tried to rest the gun on one of the gambling machines. That's when it fell on the floor, and then we scuffled and we wrestled and we fell in the hallway, and that's when I punched him up on the hallway. Then I went. He was still talking shit. So when I went to get the water and I threw at him, I just threw it on him, tell him to get out of the bar and don't come back, because he's disrespectful, and that was it. Then when I went and picked the gun up, brought it back in the office. I noticed that it was jammed. So it's a CM9, and I'm looking it up. You asked me the question of what brand it was. I know it's a CM9, 9 millimeter. And I took the mag out, and as I was trying to eject nobody was in the building, because at this time when the fight was happening, my bartender and my girlfriend had gone in the bathroom because they got scared when the dude started doing all the threatening and saying to kill the N-word for less than that. And I was trying to do eject the gun. That's when it went off on the floor, but there was nobody around, and that was it. And then we went home.
Any questions? Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Neal, at any time did you ever point the gun?
No, I did not.
At anybody?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you, now, I guess I'm trying to, so the scuffle was outside, right? Or the
No, right by
loud
the
music?
doorway.
Not your scuffle, sorry. The loud music, there was shouting, there was yelling, and the loud music was coming from the car that this other person owned.
Yes.
Right? And so they were creating the disturbance outside.
Yes.
And you separated it.
Yes.
Kind of an old bartender's trick, right? You
Yes.
separate it, bring him in, buy him a drink.
Yes.
And that's what happened. And
That's
then
right,
it
yes.
escalated
Then it escalated.
to be more of a confrontation with you.
Yes.
You've kind of shared what created that confrontation.
Yes.
I guess did you ask him to leave?
Yes.
And he didn't?
Yes, he did not.
Okay.
He was already taking his shirt off, taking the rest of his stuff off, because he's ready to fight. And then it's a bigger boy than me, so I was, like once you said you're gonna kill me for less than $23, it's, I don't know, it's just protect myself, I guess, and try to get you out of my building, because my good deed turns around on me. It backfired, and I'm like, yo, just go. I don't even want your money, just leave.
Okay. And now, and I heard your attorney mention that you have a hearing coming up in July. So as Alder Galvin alluded to, this hasn't been fully adjudicated yet?
No, it has not.
Okay, so there's the two charges that were mentioned by Alder Morgan, but hasn't gone through due process yet.
No, has not.
Okay, so we don't know what the outcome of that is yet. Did you have any other hearings prior to the one you have scheduled in July?
Yes, we had, I missed the first one because I was in the hospital with a peritonsillar abscess, and then we had a 2-into-1, and they put the officer on the stand, and she identified, Mr. Jaconi asked the officer if she had a chance to watch the footage, and she said yes. And he asked her if at any point in watching the footage did you see me with the gun hitting anybody, and she said no. And he said that, while watching that, did you see me point a gun at anyone or fire a shot at anyone in or around that building? And she said no. And he said, no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. The May 21st incident that was talked about, shots fired outside of your bar, was that related to your facility?
No, those people, there was an incident at Crowning Commons. They were coming from there. And they stopped to pick somebody up. One of the parties stopped to pick somebody up that was in my bar, but the other party was coming from the back parking lot, because there must have been probably one was going to come in the bar, and then they met outside the front, and they were never inside my premise. And I called the cops even before the shot went off. I called the cops because somebody yelled that there was a gun out there, and I went out there with my phone, called the cops, and as I was on the line, that's when the shot went off. But those people had nothing to do with. They were not in my establishment.
Okay. So the abatement plan, were you aware that it was incomplete?
No, I was not.
Okay.
We had submitted, and because I did everything that I put on there that they had asked me to do when I talked to them, when I had the meeting. So like the better lighting, the better security, I regulate the hours. I started closing early on the weekends to satisfy the police department regarding all of that.
So even though, from the city's perspective, the abatement plan wasn't executed, you still followed all the things that were in the plan?
To the T, yes.
Okay. Do you rent or own that facility?
I rent.
And do you have a lease?
Yes.
For how long?
For another year.
And what is the value of that lease?
$2,000 a month.
Okay. Do you have other property within the facility, I assume, that has a value?
Like inventory and, like sound equipments and stuff like that, that's in there.
Okay, what would you value that at?
30,000, 30.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's all I've got right now.
Any other questions? Alder Prophet?
I just got a quick one. Going back to that night of the disturbance on January 27th, is there a reason that the police weren't called prior to the need for the tow of the vehicle?
Well, it was everything that happened so fast, and my girl was in there. She was freaking out, and my bartenders was freaking out, and I wanted to make a set. I just wanted to settle them because it was my fault that brought that guy back into their presence and make them so uncomfortable. And it's my job to keep this safe space for people to be in, and for me to compromise it in such a manner. I just wanted to settle them, and in the morning, that's when I called the cops. And I wanted to talk about I called them about the truck that was back there and all that stuff.
Okay.
Alder Geller? Sir, when you contemplated, have you run a bar before this one?
Yes,
In Green Bay?
Yes,
But did you run it, or do you just work there?
I owned it, yes.
You owned it?
Yes.
Okay, at that time, did you have to fill out a stipulation
With the police
agreement?
department, yes,
And did you have to attend bartending school?
yes.
And during that bartending school, did they have, they told you how to conflict resolution, talk to people?
Yes.
They taught you about your responsibilities as a person that's dispensing alcohol to
Yes.
individuals?
Yes.
Did they talk to you about what to do if you had a fight in your bar?
Yes.
What did they tell you to do?
So you call the cops.
Okay. But you didn't call the cops?
No, I did not.
Okay. And by this time, you'd had some contact with officers for some potential violations, right? You'd gotten some warnings?
There was no warnings when he said there
Well,
was some officers in
on
that.
318, people were in your bar after hours, the officers gave you a warning.
No, what happened, there was, one of my friends lost her purse, and it was.
You lost a
Barco's.
what?
Her purse
A
got stolen in the
purse, okay.
bathroom, and we were in there. While I closed the bar at, I remember, 2:15, I think, and the officers were walking in as the people were walking out. But I'm watching the cameras in the back to see who had went to the bathroom from so far and so forth, to see if we can narrow down who might have taken the purse or something like that. That's all we were doing. And one of the officers took one of my bartender downstairs to show her around, and I took one of the officers in the office to show him what we were doing. And they had different stories as to why they came that night. And I was like, well, nothing like that was happening. And they showed, they were there from before bar closed, but they had showed, because I spoke to Officer Carlson about it.
Okay.
They showed only one part of the camera footage after 3 o'clock when I was antagonized, and I was telling them that that's not the story that you were telling me in the office, and that's not what you told me downstairs at the bartender. And then I asked, they said that they got calls that we were having drinks after hours in the bar, and they received calls, and they'll never receive such calls. There was not any calls in that period of time regarding anything of such. So then they left, and that's when I reached out to Officer Carlson to talk to him about it, because I wanted to nip it in the bud before it gets out of control, because the stories didn't make any sense.
Okay.
And I wanted to know if I was being targeted or what it was.
All right, and so on 3/19, the next night, that disturbance out front, was that patrons from your establishment?
No, they were not.
Do you know where they were from?
That's the same crowd with the gunshot from the Crown and Common?
No, this was the verbal disturbance.
This is the verbal disturbance.
No, I do not know where those come from.
Okay. Loud music, had they talked to you about loud music coming from your
Never
establishment?
once I received a noise complaint about loud music.
No officers ever talked to you about that?
Never once.
Okay, and then we get to the weapons call.
And then this, yes.
Okay, how many times have you called the police to go to your establishment for issues or problems?
A couple of times. I had the guy that couldn't speak, he showed up there. He just used the bathroom. He bought 3 Miller Lites for him and his friend. Went to use the bathroom. The Miller Lite wasn't touched, and I was looking at him like, where is he? And that's when I went to the bathroom and I found him, and I called him because the Miller Lite has been sitting there for so long and no drink was out of it, and he wasn't around. And I found him, and that's when I called the 911 for him. And then there was another incident of another elderly gentleman that was there, and he wasn't feeling well as well. And I called the officers for that as well. But other than that, I have not had any incident nuisance call, I guess, if that's
Okay,
what they would
so
call
the
it.
gentleman with the trachea, he came in, he never drank a drop of what he ordered?
He did not drink. He ordered the drink. He came in. He could barely speak, because I know him from when he could speak. This is my first time seeing him since
Sure.
he couldn't talk. And he ordered 3 drinks for him and his friends, 3 Miller Lites, and he had put one down. And I was running around serving the bar because the bar was busy, and I noticed that this drink hasn't been touched, and it's his. So where is he? So that's when I went to check the bathroom, and that's when I found him on the floor. And that's when I
Okay,
called the
and it's your assertion, if he was intoxicated, he came in intoxicated?
If he was intoxicated, he came in intoxicated.
Did the officers ask to see your video camera footage or anything like that?
No, they did not.
Okay.
And I asked if there was something that would affect me, and they're like, no, this is a welfare check.
Okay.
So-
According to Lieutenant Mahoney, you at one point did get your weapon, did try to rack around in the chamber, had it behind your back as this guy was becoming aggressive with you.
Yeah, I had to be on my back. I walked up on him to address him because he said he killed he killed niggas for less than that, and he was disrespecting my wife. And it's a big boy, so I had it just to let's get move on, please. Get out of this establishment. We don't want no problems like that here. And then he still proceeded to chest bump me from the pool table, quite I don't know, 15 feet, and I backed up all the way, even though I had a pistol. And then I turned around to put it over the counter to turn around to address him face to face. And that's when I turned my back. That's when he jumped on me, and that's when the scuffle started.
You think maybe if you'd locked yourself in your office, armed yourself, locked yourself in your office and called 911, we maybe wouldn't even be here right now?
Yes, and then I would have left my girlfriend and the bartender out there.
Could
So
you
I
not
was-
have gotten them into the office with you, or had them leave the establishment, seeing as it was after hours?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Alder DeLee.
I just have one. How long have you had your concealed carry?
A few months. A friend of mine used to host concealed carry classes at the bar, so it's a few months since I've had it, and we're in the process of doing taking the classes to learn more about all the safety issues and all that.
Is it something you got after this altercation happened?
No, I had it before.
Okay.
So it was something I had it before I had the weapon as well. And we had classes set up for me to learn more about it. I've never been prone to guns. I've never, but given to what society's going, and the class was there, and it was, if he had so many people in the classes, I get one for free. So I just took the class to get my concealed carry, and yeah, that was it. But I haven't had it very long, so very short.
All right, anything else? All right, thank you both for
After
your
this, I
testimony.
don't want one anymore, sorry.
Thank you. Entertain a motion? Motion to close the floor made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Eck. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. We've got Alder Johnson's motion for renewal. Any further discussion on that? Alder Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I get the number of calls that we have here, and the reality is a number of these aren't even related to the facility. Some of them are for things like loud music. We've dealt with bars in front of us that have 70 calls, and this is a pretty low number, I think, relatively speaking. And so the reason I bring that up is because I want to get at the heart of what's probably causing this recommendation, which is the incident with which we spent the most time. And I think, at the end of the day, I think the issue that's causing me the most heartburn is, and the reason I asked the question about the rent and the inventory and all that is because we have someone here who has, he's gonna have if we choose not to renew the license, he still has a lease obligation and no way to generate income. And of course, he has the other inventory. Now, of course, if at the end of the day he's guilty, well, that's the consequence. But the problem is we don't know if he's guilty. This hasn't been adjudicated yet, and as his attorney said, they are going to claim self-defense. And if I had someone in my face calling me racial slurs and threatening my significant other, who's intoxicated and larger than me, quite frankly, I'm gonna be a little scared too. He has a concealed carry. Certainly shouldn't have served the shot. We know that. But like I said, it's a bartender's trick. I bartended for a lot of years, and that's what we would do when we had altercations. Try to break people up and schmooze up to them. So I think at the end of the day, we have a process for taking away a liquor license that has habitual violations, and that's what that quasi-judicial hearing is about. And I do not personally feel comfortable taking away somebody's livelihood for a charge that hasn't gone through the proper process yet. So that's why I made the motion that I did. I tell you what, I feel a lot better having asked the questions here today, because I don't feel like the full story prior to this, and it helps me see, maybe the rights and wrongs that have occurred on both sides. But at the end of the day, I think it all, for me at least, boils down to really this one issue that certainly has some question marks, but I think that's the legal system's issue to kind of work through right now. And if at the end of the day he is charged, I'm sure our PD will be aware of it, our law department will be aware of it, and they, at that point, can make recommendations on what to do. But as Alder Galvin said before, what if he's innocent? And then we just took away someone's life. Well, not their life, but their investment, so.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Galvin.
This is for our Attorney Bungert. If we do grant the license, but he is later convicted, can we take the license away? I always know we go down this road about, it's kind of like a right that they have once we grant that license to him, and would we be able to start a process to take it from him if he is convicted?
Right, so if the renewal is approved tonight, then obviously any subsequent, additional incidents, convictions, anything like that could be the basis for revocation. But that requires a complaint and a summons, preparation by the city attorney's office, and cooperation with the police department to initiate that action, so.
All right, thank you. The problem, I'm torn here. I mean, you're right, he's got a business, he's got a job, he's trying to make it, in Green Bay, in sometimes a kind of difficult business of dispensing alcohol. There's a lot of responsibility that goes with that. It's not a game. It affects people's lives severely. But we're not able to get all the information tonight. You know, we're getting his side of the story. We got kind of the police side of the story, but we don't have all the information that could be available to us. And so I'm having a hard time making up my mind because we've gone down this road before. The bar owner tells you one thing, then you start reading the officer's details, and it's a totally different story. You know, and that helps me when I can see the details from the officers that were actually there, when I can see the video that was actually viewed. And so I'm not gonna make a judgment on this incident with the gun, because I'm gonna wait for that to be adjudicated. I'll wait for a judge and a jury to look at all the evidence and make a decision where they think he violated the law. So cut that out of it. What do we have? Some noise complaints, disturbance in front of the bar, an intoxicated person with a trachea that needed medical attention. But until we find out if there's any reports or whether anyone actually issued a warning to him or not, we don't know, you know. And so, you know, I'd love to hold it, but I don't think we can do that either. So, I'm gonna be thinking on this one. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Additional comments, Alder Morgan.
You know, we have the other one on Walnut Street that we've held a few times, so maybe if there's some way we can hold it, we should consider that first, and that might appease some of the voters, you know. So I'd like to see if we could, in fact, through the law department, can we hold this another month? Or is that going to affect a
Theoretically,
license?
you could, but then as of 11:59 PM at the end of this month, June 20,
It's Friday.
June 28th, he won't be able to operate because he won't have a license.
And we'd be
Because this is
keeping
the
a license
renewal,
from
right,
someone
because
else?
he currently has, correct. So
Okay.
he won't have his license renewed for the new term. So starting for July, he wouldn't have a license because we won't have another meeting until the end of July.
Okay. Well, I managed bars. I've worked in bars many years. I've been a bouncer in half a dozen bars. And I never would ever handle trying to calm down a situation by offering to buy a drink to someone. I was always trained to get them out of the building and go hide in the closet if we had to. So I still think he's at fault here. I think Lieutenant Mahoney is someone we trust with accurate information. He doesn't have all the answers, but from what he's told me, I'll be a no.
Thanks, Alder. Other comments, Alder Prophet.
I'm just looking for further clarification on the complaint portion. So if we decide to go forward and approve tonight, it's a lot to take away someone's livelihood, as was alluded to when there's a court case that's pending. I don't like being the judge and jury on something where there's an actual judge and jury ready to make their decision or will be making their decision. So what does a complaint look like if it comes back, it's guilty, and let's say there's reason? Where does that complaint initiate?
So it's essentially a summons and complaint to revoke the license. So the difference between as far as procedurally, the difference here is that the license is just coming up for renewal. So it's an opportunity to review the establishment and if they're acceptable or ripe for renewal or not. With a revocation, you have to prepare a complaint, present arguments in the complaint as to why and bases why a license should be revoked, and that is served on the license holder, and then we have a quasi-judicial hearing on that.
Okay.
I can defer also to Attorney Mays if there's anything additional that she would, with respect to those charges and any other elements of the complaint.
So there are several grounds that are listed in the ordinance as far as when we would have grounds to initiate proceedings on suspensions, revocations, or non-renewals. So additional criminal activity, judgments could be grounds for me to file a complaint. I would have concerns about impartiality, given the information that has been provided tonight and procured tonight. But there would be a process for me to file a complaint. I think there might be some questions about impartiality on behalf of council.
Okay, thank you. I do just have one further comment on it so that I don't have to speak twice. I was also a bartender for years downtown Green Bay. There was one establishment that caused our establishment quite a lot of issues. And it was a great day when they were not granted a reissuance of their license because it eased the burden of our establishment that was doing our due diligence to keep citizens safe. With that said, again, as was alluded to, there's just this one incident. So at this time, knowing that there's a judge and jury working on that one incident, it's hard for me to recommend a non-renewal when that's being worked on through the courts. Seeing what I saw with that other business where it was numerous issues that caused the endangerment of citizens. So for that reason, I am in favor of the approval tonight.
Thanks. Alder Hutchison.
As far as my understanding, the plan that was requested is still not complete. It had to be submitted to the law department. I guess, is that true?
I believe that is true or hasn't been resubmitted. Otherwise, I'll defer to Attorney Mays to confirm.
Is the plan that was not complete, has that been completed yet or resubmitted?
There has been no resubmission. I did not get into the substance of the plan because this is not a quasi-judicial hearing.
Sure. Can we make a condition of approval that it is submitted in a complete form to the satisfaction of our law department before the approval is complete?
That could be a condition of your motion, yes.
I would move to add that condition.
So that's an amendment that Alder Hutchison has made.
Yes,
seconded by-
amendment to the approval that it based upon the fact of a complete report submittal to the satisfaction of our law department.
Okay. Seconded by Alder Grant. Discussion on that amendment. Alder Johnson.
Just more of a question. I guess it's been my previous understanding, Attorney Bungert, that we could not condition the renewal of liquor licenses.
You can't place conditions on the license itself, but as this is a renewal that is subject to an abatement plan, then the approval process is contingent on it. Much like when you approve liquor license, they're still subject to the approval of the proper authorities, meaning even though you approve it, they still have to go through inspections. They still have to make sure that they have other qualifications met before the license is actually issued.
Sure, understood. And I just wanted to get a better understanding. I broadly don't have opposition to that, Alder Hutchinson, and I think if it's what gets us on the right path, but, this is a really, really bad analogy, but if the law department could use some discretion for time served, meaning that, he did submit the abatement plan and was following it even though it wasn't approved, I don't think we need to add any language to that, but I just would ask that if this does pass and that condition, is approved, that maybe at least consider, some of that, so.
This is a kind of a semantic question, maybe for law, but I was curious if the motion should be closer to something like to grant a renewal application rather than recommend renewal, or?
Right, it should be to approve the renewal application. That's the.
Okay, I'm just looking at
essentially the action that's before the body.
Yeah, I'm just looking at language like in, I guess, item 3. Is that analogous, or is that a different situation?
In item 3 of.
Renewal application.
I'm sorry, what?
So here it says.
Not being a P&P expert, I was,
Right, grant renewal, and Alder Johnson is saying to approve a renewal, although it says deny.
Yeah, Alder's motion was to recommend renewal, and so I was just
Right,
curious if,
it's semantics, but for consistency purposes, it's, you can have the motion state to grant the renewal to grant the renewal application.
I'm just because it puts council in the position of recommending renewal rather than.
Yeah, I'm good with the verbiage is grant renewal.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, grant. So that would be to grant their application, renewal application, if that makes sense.
now we have an amendment on top of that.
Right,
Yeah.
correct. Alder Presley.
Another semantic thing, but wouldn't subject to the approval of the proper authorities already imply what Alder Hutchison had with the amendment?
Not specifically, because the subject to approval of proper authorities is specified in the ordinance as far as what those authorities are. The abatement plan, is on top of that.
Got it.
Other questions or comments? So we got that amendment that's on the floor. Alder Hinkfus.
Question regarding if this young man is convicted. Do we have something that says you cannot have a license to operate?
That would
Or
be.
what is the process, as we're talking about this?
Right, that would be the
And
process we discussed, which is the revocation process. So that is.
Okay, okay.
Right, and for that, the city attorney, in cooperation with the police department, basically brings a complaint, against the license holder alleging, violations under our ordinance that serve as a basis for revocation, and then that proceeds to a quasi judicial hearing on that complaint.
Okay, thank you very much.
Other comments or questions? Alder Hutchison's amendment is before us. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. Motion to approve as amended, made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Johnson. Comments on that? Well, I'm not sure exactly what it looks like now, so I don't know if I could read it, but, I don't know, Attorney Bungert, if you could help with that? With what we're voting on?
So you're approving the amendment to, so basically you're approving, Alder Johnson had expressed a desire to approve the renewal of this license. In other words, to not have a non-renewal, to use double negative. And so there was an amendment by Alder Hutchison to add the condition to submit an abatement plan as a condition of that approval of the renewal. And so now you are approving as amended. We probably should also approve the renewal. We did not.
Okay,
No.
so we would vote on the
Amendment
amendment
and then
first.
also.
We
the
already
original
did that.
motion.
We voted on the amendment. This is on approval as amended, but the question is, this kind of goes back to what I was asking earlier, is the language essentially similar to item 3 with that amendment attached?
So it would be to grant a renewal application is what you're saying?
Yes.
They would, you would be granting a renewal application with the stipulation, or rather with the requirement that an
Right.
abatement plan be submitted as a consequence of that granting of the renewal.
Very good. There we have it.
Got it?
You bet.
Did I explain it?
It's getting late already. All in favor of that, will signify by saying aye.
Wanna
Use the board?
Okay.
Yeah, you can always ask.
Give me a second. Okay. May vote. I see it? Well, what the heck? Let's try this again. And now? Lord D, okay, let's do this. I'm not sure what's happening. It's been working really well today. Alder Grant? Yes. Alder Hutchison?
Yes.
Alder Morgan?
No.
Alder Galvin?
Yes.
Alder Stevens?
Just came out.
Oh, okay, then go ahead and vote. Let's do this.
Oh my gosh.
Deleting.
Okay, not my fault. Alder Stevens? Sure. Yes? It's not that late, okay. Alder Presley?
Yes.
Alder Prophet? Yes. Alder Johnson?
Yes.
Alder Delee?
Yes.
Alder Eck? Yes. And Alder Hinkfist?
Yes.
Okay, so that motion carries with 10 yeses and 1 no.
All right, thank you, Clerk. We have item 13 before us. Alder Johnson pulled that.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a question for staff. My understanding is this is really just, we're repealing the code, replacing it to be more in compliance with what state statute is. Did we fundamentally change anything at all within here? And the reason I'm asking is because I want to make sure that we're not repealing and replacing a code and maybe not, and didn't perhaps consult folks, right, that would be impacted. So that's why I'm asking. No, that's okay. I was asking around,
I did hear the question.
oh, you did?
Sorry, yes.
You are very talented.
Thank you. Yeah, so there are changes that were made, like substantive changes that were made, but they were like you said, to align it with state administrative code. Any other changes were either things that are done solely at the municipal level, so they're more like procedural, so that was done in consultation with inspections and Director Grenier, Director Grenier-Wig, sorry. It's not that late, like, I don't know what my problem is. But essentially, the substantive changes were either consistent with state law or procedural, just to match, because the code hadn't been updated in a long time. So we were bringing it up to speed with what inspections currently does to make sure that it accurately reflects our processes.
So there's nothing in here that a partner like the Home Builders Association, for example, would say, whoa, you made this change, it affects us, and we didn't know. Nothing like that?
No, and that was, I double-checked with Bill Pappy on that. Most of the contractors are already doing what our code is going to say once these changes are passed, because they're already following the state administrative code, and just, we're just making sure that our municipal code is aligned with that. So these changes aren't new things for contractors.
And I appreciate it. It was just hard for us to follow, right, because it wasn't a red line document, right?
Yes.
And so to compare and contrast would have been impossible.
Yes, and to be fair, I did prepare a red line document, and I think you all might have like hunted me down if you had to look at what that document looked like, because it was rough.
As long, yeah, and as long as I have the assurances, right, that this doesn't require review by local partners, I'm good, because it's just compliance with state law. So,
It is, yeah.
great, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, you bet. Motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Stevens. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That item has been approved. Granting operator licenses. Motion to approve by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Stevens. Any abstentions? Her name is to be handled separately. Seeing none. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report's approved.
Yeah, just hold on.
Sure.
I'm sorry. It's-
Report of the Finance Committee. Motion to approve made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Presley. Items here to be handled separately? 5. Any others? Item 5 will be handled separately. Hearing none others, all in favor of approving the remainder of that report signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved with the exception of item 5. Your wishes there? Motion to approve made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Prophet. Alder Johnson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just made the motion just to get us to a point of discussion. As I've talked with the mayor and Director Ellenbecker and Susan House as well, it just had, for me at least, and you know, we'll find out if the majority shares the same sentiment, I just have been asking some questions around the impact or the effectiveness of the curb appeal grant program. Obviously, we've already issued $500,000 The recommendation is to issue another $250,000. Admittedly, I voted for this at the committee, but I knew I wanted to have a few more conversations around it. And so, I always go back to the question of if you had $250,000 to spend on anything within compliance of the ARPA rules, which the mayor reminded me of, not on anything, but within compliance, would this be the item we'd choose? And for me, I don't think it would be, so that's why, but I still think it's important for us to get this MOU buttoned up so that we do keep that piece into compliance. So after conferring with Director Ellenbecker, I would like to make a motion for an amendment to move the curb appeal grant allocation to a different category, vacant abandoned land. And just to add some clarity to this, because we'll have the MOU, it still gives us a great deal of flexibility to move that money around within that broad category where it currently stands. But my fear is if we approve it as is, that obviously gives the green light to staff to proceed with doing the curb appeal grant. This, I think, just pauses that and allows council to have a little bit more discussion around whether or not we want to do the curb appeal or if there's something else that might broadly fit within that category that could have a different type of impact. So that is my motion.
Seconded by Alder Grant. If Director Renier Wig would like to comment on that?
Gosh, Alder Johnson, how can I change your mind on this? So out of all of our ARPA, well, let me tell you, a lot of our ARPA programs, right? A number of them are moving a little slowly. Curb appeal is not. Curb appeal flies out the door. We've been able to close over 66 grants. This is money directly into the hands of taxpayers. It's a visual change in the qualified census tract areas. So when you drive down the street, it might not be a whole block, but it's these houses that might have had issues now are cleaned up. It's a visual impact, and as a result of this, it's a 75-25. So there's over $150,000 of private money that came into neighborhoods along with this ARPA money. So I would like you to let us continue to do curb appeal.
Just a point of clarity around that, right? It's very possible this could still be the program that happens, right? So that's why I say you don't have to convince me. I think it's still on the table, but I also want us to evaluate some other options because I can't argue that it flies out the door. I mean, we're paying for 75% of the improvements in someone's
Right.
home. But I also would question how many people we're impacting with that program versus an entire community. So that's why I wanted to just evaluate a little bit more. And the reason I'm doing this amendment, why I'm proposing this amendment versus pulling this item out and sending it back to committee, so that way the MOU can still proceed. And if at the next finance committee or the one, anytime before the end of the year, we say, nope, curb appeal is what we want to do. The good news is we've got 2 years to spend it and it can still fly out the door.
I got at least 5 people on a waiting list right now that are ready to go. So I would say I'd like to spend it now, but that's my request.
Alder Profit?
Yeah, I just want to piggyback off the director's comments. I've only been in this role for about 2 months, and this is one of the few issues that a constituent reached out and said, is there any way we can replenish those funds? It's making a big impact, and word's getting out, and I am in favor of keeping it where it's at because 66 going out the door. I can appreciate the notion of moving it, but in good faith for that constituent request, I would like to keep it where it's at with curb appeal.
Thanks, Alder. Question for Alder Johnson. Are there certain requirements that you'd like to see put into effect or to build in a little bit more accountability, or what? Is there anything along those lines that would help you?
No, I mean, again, I just go back to impact, right? So if Director Renier Wig, what was the average grant amount? When we did the first 500,000?
The max you can get is 7,500. I'm not sure what that
Okay,
average.
so how many
amount
residents
was,
does that serve, right?
Was it 7,500?
Compared to-
There's 66 that were actually closed out now. There's probably another 40 of them that are in the hopper that are in process, that haven't, it's a reimbursement program, so you have to spend the money and then get it back. But,
Okay.
I mean, we have a number of
So
programs.
100 homes out of 30,000 homes, right, in the city of Green Bay.
Right.
So that's my point.
Well, yeah, but if you buy one parcel, you're buying one parcel. If you're adding that money to like the vacant land parcel, that already has $1 million in it.
Yeah, and again, for me, it's a philosophical thing.
Yep.
I'll let it, it's not one I'm willing to die on a hill on, but I think by putting it in this bucket, it gives us some flexibility to still perhaps do this program or have the option of pursuing something else if council deemed that there was a higher impact program.
Okay. I think this is a high-impact program, that's why. Where's my sword?
Alder Eck?
And I did try to do the request to speak. For some reason, it's locked up, but I am in agreement with this, and I just want to clarify, excuse me, I'm sucking on a cough drop here, that it is and I'm assuming this would be a Susan House question, that you have to put it in that particular category, like parking it there, basically? That it would be that we could do that, park it there, and then take it and put it in a different category?
That came from Director Ellenbecker.
Okay, thank you.
She gave me a couple categories, that's the one I chose, but they all have the same effect.
Okay, because I think you'd know where I would like to go with it, but.
We can move it.
I don't think it's in the same category, if I know where you're going with
But you know what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Alder Grant.
Can we get a brief overview of other categories that would qualify, like our parks, something that would qualify?
I can read the list if it's okay, Mayor.
Sure, Alder
Yeah, that'd be
Johnson, go
great.
ahead.
So the list that Director Ellenbecker gave to me, which would be within that bucket, right? Because we had the two types of ARPA, which is why these were on two separate agenda items. One was more unrestricted and the other had more restrictions. And so recruit, retain, public safety, tourism, vacant, abandoned land, stormwater dash Seymour, which refers to Seymour Park. But just as a reminder, the way that I understood this, and Director Ellenbecker could corroborate, we could put it in any one of these and still shift it later once the MOU is approved. So that's, I just picked vacant, abandoned land because I felt it was the one closest to curb appeal grant.
Alder Grant.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I too would like to kind of see what other options, to see if we can make a bigger impact. Again, numbers, really, we already put $500,000 to this, and I know it did make a good impact to our community, but I know there's also a lot of other needs that I think we should, at this point, make sure we're looking at the priorities. Thank you.
Any other comments? Yep. Alder Galvin.
I'm going to tell you, from working in this city for a long time, and I've driven on more of these roads than anybody but a plow driver or a garbage collector is ever going to drive on. And I've seen our neighborhoods. And when you get into a neighborhood that looks run down, and then a year or two later, you get in there and you see a few houses that have been cleaned up, fixed up, you see the pride in ownership, and you go there another year later, half the neighborhood is all cleaned up, and you start to see this spread. And I understand what Alder Johnson is saying. I think our abandoned properties or these empty lots, yeah, they're a blight on this community. And we could all name some in our districts. But I also think helping out individuals in this community, taxpayers, to perk up their properties, which gets other taxpayers and homeowners to perk up their properties, and it spreads, and it's a good thing. That's the kind of stuff you want to spread. I just, because what I'm hearing now is, well, could we pluck money out for parks? Could we pluck money out for this? And then before you know it, this whole process is starting all over again that we did, I don't know how many years ago. You know, if we could put an amendment in there that if there's leftover monies, like there was for the flood mitigation, which I can't believe people didn't take advantage of, but they didn't. So if we have some of these projects where we're not using the money, I'd like to see those monies go towards things that Alder Johnson is talking about, or Alder Grant, the parks and that kind of stuff. But I really hate to see this curb appeal thing potentially go by the wayside. Thank you.
Alder Presley, and then Morgan.
I've also only been in this position for a while, and this is the one thing that I've also heard about from people, so I know that it is popular. And I mean, I'm just repeating what others have said at this point, but I think putting it into a different category and then opening us up to have more conversations later that may stall the process for people with something that seems cut and dry to me as a popular program that helps people, saying, well, we'll wait till later and then re-adjudicate it. I think having it, I'm fine having it the way it is now.
Thanks, Alder Morgan.
I have a question for the director. On this money, is it just for owner occupied, or can landlords use it?
No, landlords can use it as well. So rental properties can be improved.
Thank you.
Any final comments? Alder Eck.
So I just want to clarify that there was already money allocated. This was just an excess from some other category. And you mentioned the flood mitigation, and we do have another agenda item tonight, and there's people waiting to speak on it. that this could possibly go towards, because it's gonna be added to the CIP in the fall. So, something to think about.
Anything else? All right, Alder Johnson's motion's on the floor. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Nays appear to have it. So, I think your underlying motion is still there, motion to approve? Yeah. So Alder Johnson's motion to approve is still there. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that item is approved. On to report of the Park Committee. Motion to approve. Made by Alder Galvin. Seconded by Alder Presley.
We have an issue.
What's that?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, just a 30-second pause.
We have a counter.
Okay.
If you want to at least get through this personnel, sure.
Yeah.
Going to close. Kyle.
Report of the Park Committee. Motion to approve was made by Alder Galvin, seconded by Alder Presley. Items here to be handled separately. Number one. Before we do that, because we actually have to jump to our other common council meeting, a very rare doubleheader that we have for everyone this evening. I'm going to request that we entertain a motion to adjourn until the subsequent council meeting is concluded, and then pick back up on this agenda. We have to do this. Yeah. Yeah, very unique situation, but we have to come to a conclusion by 10 PM on the other matter. So I would entertain that motion. We're temporarily adjourning this meeting. So that was made by Alder Stevens, seconded by Alder Eck. Like I said, temporarily adjourning the meeting, taking it back up after the subsequent council meeting is concluded. So all in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. This meeting is adjourned.
Give me a second to go.
Yeah. So I'm gonna,
Okay. And, sorry, we are. And I'm not gonna allow them to join because we're going to talk about.
all right, I'm gonna call to order the meeting of the Common Council, the second meeting of the evening for Tuesday, June 25th. Clerk?
We have 11 members present in the room and 11 members voting in civic clerk.
Very good. I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda. Motion to approve the agenda made by Alder Stevens, seconded by Alder DeLee. All in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Then we're on to the item for the committee of the whole. I would entertain a motion to go to closed session. Alder DeLee makes that motion, seconded by Alder Hinkfist. Does somebody have the language to be read?
Yeah, we have to read into the new.
Sure. Alder Eck?
The council may convene in closed session pursuant to section 19.85, 1A, Wisconsin stats, for the purpose of deliberating concerning a case which was the subject of any judicial or quasi-judicial, wrong one? Okay, sorry about that.
Okay,
Okay,
Alder
thank
Prophet,
you.
go ahead.
That's a different one.
Alder Prophet, go ahead.
The, let's see how fast I can do this. The council may convene in closed session pursuant to section 19.85 subsection 1 subsection G Wisconsin statutes for the purpose of conferring with legal counsel for the governmental body who is rendering oral or written advice concerning strategy to be adopted by the body with respect to litigation in which it is or is likely to become involved. The council will thereafter reconvene in open session pursuant to section 19.85 subsection 2 Wisconsin statute to take action on items discussed in closed sessions, if appropriate, and to consider the remainder of the agenda.
Very good. So we'll use the board on that motion.
Are folks in there? I'll just call the roll. Grant? Yes. Hutchison? Yes. Morgan? Yes. Galvin? Yes. Stevens? Yes. Presley? Yes. Prophet? Yes. Johnson? Sure. DeLee? DeLee?
Yes.
Eck?
Yes.
Inkfest, that's 11-0.
All right, thank you, everybody.
minute to get back into the, sign back in.
Okay, I'm just gonna bring people together.
Yeah, sure.
I'll call the council back to order. And I would entertain a motion to return to regular order of business. Moved by Alder Eck, seconded by Alder Hinkfist. All in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We're back in regular order. Entertain a motion to proceed as directed. Motion to proceed as directed by Alder Stevens, seconded by Alder Galvin. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion to adjourn has been made by Alder Stevens, seconded by Alder DeLee. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned for that second meeting. I would now call to order the first meeting of the evening.
Just give me 1 second, I'm sorry, I have to get back into the other meeting. We were in-
Park Committee. Yep, we are on the Park Committee agenda. So Alder Eck makes a motion to open the floor. We didn't do anything yet. So normally we don't do it this way, but we might as well go straight to the open session, or open the floor. Seconded by Alder Prophet. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open. Understanding that folks are here to talk about R1. Sorry to keep you waiting, sincerely, but feel free to approach the podium, state your name and address, and give us what you got.
All right, I'm gonna set my timer too.
Sounds good.
Because I know none of yous are getting paid overtime. Craig Strackenbach, I live at 1026 Sidham Street. I want to thank everybody for putting up with us, sitting out there just watching it. I am Navy too, but I don't have any of the other comments. So I did have a question, because it says in the agenda for tonight that it is to approve the installation of a large flood mitigation wetland on the East River Emily Park. So we were concerned that it involves everything from the engineering study to the environmental study to actually approving the funding to change this into a flood mitigation area. So our concerns was, we voiced it at the Parks meeting, which we were very glad to be a part of, last week, Wednesday. But a few more questions came up from personnel in the neighborhood, and it's like, we believe that a further study is needed to eliminate the choke points along the East River to eliminate a lot of the flooding that happens in the area. So the flood of 2019 came up right to the back doors of our neighbor's house. It didn't get to our house because we live on the opposite side of the street, the west side of Sidham Street. And we actually bought the property. We've been living there for 34 years. We bought it in 1990, right after the big flood of 90. So that was one of our concerns. And then we know, after speaking with the Parks Department's manager and all that stuff, they have a good plan put in place, but we just want to make sure that if the council agrees to approve the funding, that before the actual funding for them to dig out all of the park, which used to be wetland, was then filled in and now to be turned back into wetland, that it's done right with input from the community. Because we just want to make sure, we know they want it to be done right, but we'd like to have a little bit of input into it.
Right.
And I guess that's
Yep.
our
Great.
concern.
Thank you so much for your testimony, sir. Alder Galvin has a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So, and you're right, you should have input. This is your neighborhood, it's your backyard, basically. But do you know what stages or at what point, or do you want this, do you want the city to just say, every time before we do something, we'll have a meeting with the neighbors again, or?
I think talking with Dan, right?
Yep.
And then Melissa, that they have to do an engineering study, an environmental study before they get approval for funding to actually start the work. Is that how that works? I'm not, but if you want to correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep. Well, and just one sec. We can kind of
Okay,
talk with them
sorry.
after we're done talking with
Yeah,
you, if
that's our
that
big,
makes sense.
we would really like, if the engineering study and the environmental study is a go, to have another meeting before the funding is approved, just to get our input. That's
Okay.
the big thing.
All right. That's doable, thank you.
Okay.
Other questions? All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Any others from the group who'd like to say anything? No? Covered it. All right, perfect. Entertain a motion to close the floor. Motion to close the floor made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder Deli. All in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. Go to Director Ditchite or Ms. Schmitz and/or for any comments on how this would likely play out in the future.
Yeah, so right now, DPW only has enough money to do the engineering study and take it through, I think, 60% engineering. So what we discussed when you were in closed session is that if this is approved tonight, we would proceed with the engineering and analysis to determine whether or not it's feasible, and then develop a concept or two where then we can sit down with the neighborhood, have a public meeting, present the concept, get feedback from them to see, you know, A, is it acceptable, and B, you know, if things were to change, what suggestions would you have? But the thought process is, you know, if you approve this tonight, this in essence gives Public Works the direction to move forward with not just the engineering and analysis, but then to continue with that process after the neighborhood meeting and to secure funding for actually implementing it. Right now, there is no money to implement it, so any funding to actually build this would have to come back before the committee and council to get approval to either bond for it or to accept a grant.
Thanks, Director. Anything to add, Ms. Schmitz or Director Grenier?
Ditchite pretty accurately identified how the process is going to move forward. This is not dissimilar from any of our other larger stormwater management where, especially the project that we're working on that's going to be constructed at Seymour West this year. When that got up to a concept stage, we went and did meet with the neighborhood association and interested stakeholders in the neighborhood. So that's a process that Parks and DPW are already using. So what the neighborhood is asking is perfectly acceptable to us.
Okay, very good. Alder Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank the neighbors for sticking around. And so really do appreciate that. It's the one thing I want to say that maybe staff can't really say is I want to give you assurance that they are going to do that. And more importantly, Director Grenier referenced the Seymour Park area, right? Flood mitigation is important in a number of areas within our city. And in my case, I represent the Seymour Park area. And not only did they have the community meetings, but they made changes to plans based on neighborhood feedback. So I want you to feel comforted knowing that staff does listen and they do incorporate those changes. It's hard to lose a park. It's really hard, right? And that sometimes we're faced with these tough decisions, right? How do you mitigate the flooding? That's also a big problem for a number of people. And so I had just wanted to share that story with you because I can assure you they're going to listen and they're going to make changes based on, you know, what's appropriate for the neighborhood.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Prophet.
Yeah, I just had a question in regards to addressing, you know, what else can be done upstream, reviewing, and I attended, so thank you, Melissa Schmitz, for having the East River Flood Mitigation Solution Project at East High School. That was very informative and very interactive. My question is, are we looking at affordable options that we can implement at more than just one site, or is the plan to, it says identify 3 with the greatest potential for flood storage and related benefits, but we're identifying this one park. In the future, are we looking at, you know, Baird Creek's further upstream? There's other ones along the way. Are others being taken into consideration?
I don't know who wants that one. Director Grenier, then Director Ditchite, maybe?
Yes, this is a first step on a much longer journey. So this was the first. This is probably the lowest hanging of the low-hanging fruit. So we're starting with the most easily cost-effective implementable solutions that we can start that is going to make a difference. But this is only the first project. There are a number of projects that are going to be within that east, especially in the East River flood basin, but also in some of the smaller tributaries that feed into the East and the Fox. The problem that we're going to face is we're at the bottom of the hill. Okay, so the Fox River Basin goes all the way up to Lake Winnebago, and we're at the bottom of the hill. This is where things get flat. This is where the discharge is. And everybody else's water is coming down at us. So we're the ones, unfortunately, who are gonna have to deal with most of it, and we're the most space constrained. But yes, we are looking at a multitude of solutions. This is, again, first step on a much larger pathway.
Anything else to add from Ms. Schmitz or Director Duchette? Okay, cool. Alder Eck?
Okay, I'm just looking at possibly amending this to saying approve the engineering study for installation of a large flood mitigation wetland at East River Emily Park. So it basically just approves the engineering study at this point.
Oh, okay. Do you have any objection to that, Director Grenier?
To be honest with you, I do. If you're not gonna commit to the project, don't commit to the project. Don't go in halfway. If we believe that this project's gonna go forward, commit to the project. We've only got the funding for the engineering study, but I don't wanna waste all the money on the engineering study if you're not gonna stand behind it and actually come up with an implementation plan down the road.
Okay, thanks, Director. Is that a motion that you'd like to make, Alder Eck?
Well, I mean, I guess I can withdraw my motion.
Okay. Ms. Schmitz? Just use a mic.
The funding that we're currently using for this study will take this design to 90%. So it will get us quite far. So the motion that was introduced, I don't know if that is entirely appropriate.
Thanks. Any other questions or comments? Alder Galvin?
Obviously, this is in my district. I get down there quite a bit, walking the dog, riding the bike, taking the kids, all this kind of stuff. It's got a lot of history there. There were factories at one time, landfills, things like that. But recently with some of the flooding, those areas flooded, and they were flooded so long that the natural vegetation started coming up. Cattails started to grow. The geese started to move in. And so I see a lot of potential. One, we can mitigate flooding to a certain extent. We're not gonna stop it all, but we can mitigate it. But we can also create a environmental environment there that you don't see a lot in Green Bay unless you get out like around the wildlife sanctuary or something like that. And I just think this is something that, like Director Grenier said, if we're in it, we gotta be in it all the way. So that, sure, we got the money to do this, we'll find the money to do another piece, and we'll find the money to do another piece, but I think at the end of the day, we are gonna have something that we're gonna be really proud of, because it's gonna do two things. It's gonna draw people to come and wanna be there, and it's gonna help keep our neighbors' homes from being flooded. Thank you.
Alder Presley?
Yeah, I just want to make clear to the folks who did come to speak, because I think we've kind of maybe worded it as though, because we will definitely have community involvement, but once this thing gets going, it will be hard to stop it. So if there's an idea of just like, we'll have meetings and then it could potentially stall the whole thing, that's not really what we're voting on, if I'm right here. But I also do want to say that this is something that I think will be a good community asset for that area. And it's losing a park, but it's also gaining a wetland, which is a very cool thing and a thing somebody mentioned at the parks meeting, the committee meeting, that could increase property values, that could bring people in, because there are a lot of people looking to move to areas with natural backgrounds. But I also just want to be clear that this is, I don't know, it sort of felt like we were phrasing it as we can sort of start it and then step back if we don't like what we're doing, but this is, we are committed to it if we vote for it.
Any other comments? All right, so I would entertain a motion on item 1 there. Motion to approve made by Alder Galvin, seconded by Alder DeLee. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and R1 is approved. Thanks so much for hanging around with us. We appreciate it. Any other items to be taken up here? Otherwise, I would accept a motion to adopt the remainder of the report. Made by Alder Eck, seconded by Alder Hinkfist. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that report has been approved. On to the Personnel Committee. Motion to approve made by Alder Stevens, seconded by Alder Johnson. Items here to be handled separately. Hearing none. All in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report has been adopted. Equal rights. Motion to approve made by Alder Prophet, seconded by Alder DeLee. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved. Informational items in your packet, municipal court and building report. Committee of the whole, we'll just take them one by one here, I think. Item 1, consideration with possible action on request by Department of Public Works to enter into state municipal financial agreements for the following projects. Director Grenier, you want to just walk us through that?
Certainly. For those who are on Improvement and Service Committee, we see these state municipal financial agreements on a pretty regular basis. It simply sets up the framework between the city of Green Bay and the state of Wisconsin through Wisconsin Department of Transportation, where the responsibilities are and what the financial arrangements are for both the design studies and the actual construction. So the first project is State Trunk Highway 29, Shawano Avenue between Hudson Street and Oakland. That is the asphalt overlay that was completed in 2005. That is peeling up. That is, anyone who travels Shawano Avenue knows where the rough spot is. That one is currently programmed with WISDOT for 2030 construction, so this just allows for us to enter into the agreement with DOT to get that designed and constructed. The next two projects are on Ashland Avenue. The first one is a reconstruction of Ashland Avenue between County Trunk VK or Lombardi Avenue and 9th Street, and companion to that would be a study that's taking a look at the existing Ashland Avenue Bridge that goes over 5th Street, 6th Street, and the Canadian National Rail Yard. Those are have been approved for study, but have not been programmed for construction yet, so I do not have a construction year. With the Ashland Avenue projects, those are also tied into and companion to the Don A. Tillman bridge replacement project, the Mason Street Bridge. So we're gonna be taking a look at all of that simultaneously, and whether or not those bridges on Ashland Avenue should come down, and then again resurfacing or reconstructing Ashland between 9th and Lombardi.
Okay, great. Alder Johnson, I think you got something?
Thank you, Director Grenier. All three of these are in my district. Shawano, of course, stretches into others too, but the 2030 for Shawano Avenue gives me a little bit of heartburn, recognizing the current condition of that pavement, and just help for the benefit of others who maybe don't understand this. The city would still be responsible for filling potholes while we wait for the state to come in and reconstruct, is that?
Correct. Given Green Bay's status, we have what's referred to as connecting highways. So where state trunk highways enter the municipal borders, they become connecting highways at that point. Under connecting highway, we receive state aid, and if you're looking at the revenue section of the budget every year, there is a specific line item in there for connecting highway aids. That's paid from the state to us to take care of maintenance, which includes plowing and pothole patching, so that's where we apply that money. But in trade for that, when it comes time for a capital project, like a reconstruction or a resurfacing, that is state or federally funded. So we have, I believe the agreement here is a 75-25 cost share for the design, but when it comes to reconstruction, the actual cost of the reconstruction of the pavement will be 100% state or federal.
Is there any opportunity to convince the state to up this? I mean, that's in pretty poor condition. It's probably the street I get the most complaints on in the city.
I have been advocating for this for 11 and a half years that I've been the director. And if I could push any harder, I would be pushing. I'm doing everything that I can to get the state to move it up. The fact that we've got it in the program is a good thing. This was last done in 2005, so they're looking at a 25-year return on an investment. Typically on a connecting highway, you don't see something that quick.
Okay, and so does our approval of this agreement tonight preclude us from continuing to beg the
Absolutely not.
state?
We can continue to push.
Okay, and then the only other thing I would just make a mention, you may recall, I had that communication about that intersection of Oakland Yes. And Shawno, and the thought process was that we could, I guess, evaluate that intersection when this project's done, if there are any improvements that can be made there.
Correct.
Does that need to be in the agreement, or is that something, will
It
we
does
have
not.
public hearings that we
It does
can
not.
address that at?
It will be slightly beyond the limits of the project. So DOT will not include it in their project, but we can work with the designers to take a look at geometric improvements for a city-funded project at the
Yep.
same time.
But there will, for this project, there would be public hearings, right?
Absolutely.
So we could address it at that time? Okay.
Right.
And then the other question I had is item C related to the Ashland Avenue Bridge. Because obviously, I think it's the desire, this group has talked about it, to bring that back down to grade. Does this obligate us to, I think it was roughly $500,000 of city money for bridge design? Does that obligate us, or like, walk me through that, right? If we want to see a different outcome,
The first part is a alternatives analysis. So the first thing we're going to do is take a look at the different alternatives, one of which being elimination of the bridge.
and so this design contract includes that.
That is correct. It starts with the study first, then once a preferred alternative is selected, goes through the study, or through the design, the actual detailed design of whatever that replacement project is, be it another grade-separated bridge or an at-grade road segment,
Okay,
and then ultimately construction.
good, because when I read it, it just kept saying bridge, 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 and that's why I was confused. So knowing that,
Correct.
I'm good then. Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks, Alder. Anything else on that one? Seeing none, do we have a motion? Motion to approve. Motion to approve by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Stevens. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Next item, consideration with possible action on approving the revised service authorization agreement for engineering services from Bernard Schober Associates, Inc., which includes $35,000 of additional design work associated with the Triangle Hill snowmaking project. Director Ditchite.
So last October, the Parks Committee and City Council granted authorization to us to hire Berner Schober and Associates to design the infrastructure associated with the snowmaking equipment at Triangle Hill. They've completed that first phase of the engineering, and so now this is the second scope of the project. So for an additional $35,000, they will engineer a 40 by 40 shed, along with doing some construction management of the project also. So we are requesting approval for the additional scope of services.
To approve. Motion to approve made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Eck. Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That's approved. Next is item 3, quasi judicial hearing on revocation of Class B license at Madrid Tapas, 225 East Walnut. Hearing adjourned from the Common Council meeting on June 11, 2024. Attorney Bungert.
Yes, so we are reconvening our quasi judicial hearing from prior two meetings. If you recall, the indication from council from the last meeting was for for final adjudication to happen at this meeting, and for the respondent to provide evidence that there is an ongoing business at the licensed establishment address. And so accordingly, we can proceed with that. I just want to note for the record, if there are any conflicts that have arisen, or if there have been any ex parte communications that have occurred between any of the council members and any of the parties. Seeing none, we're good with that. The parties are still under oath, and we would invite the respondent to present her testimony.
Good evening. Someone's left their phone up here just so everybody's known.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, okay. I honestly did not bring proof of business, but I'm sure that anybody from the inspections department could probably let you know about the inspection that, 2 inspections that were held. I corrected all the things. Inspections has released, has approved the inspections. We are just, from what I understand, waiting to hear what the decision is from tonight.
Any questions? No? Oh, yeah. Alder Presley and then Alder Prophet.
Have you opened the doors? Like, are you serving right now?
I've could serve the entire last year. I just, with all of the wine and everything, it was kind of, it was really disheartening, and more people were getting pissed off and leaving because they couldn't have a drink or even have the option of having a drink. So that is why I haven't been open. I have not served any food this week, no, but I have been doing catering and private events with, in light of not having the liquor license. As soon as I do have either a beer and wine license or a liquor license, I plan on opening those doors. I just don't like to turn people away if they're spending, $100 to $150 on a meal. Most people would like the options to at least have a cocktail or a glass of wine, beer.
Alder Prophet.
Have you stopped in the clerk's office at all to?
Yep,
Okay.
this morning, or this afternoon, not morning.
Okay. And the results of the inspections, you said everything was good there?
Everything is a go. What I was told is because it is up for revocation, they could not issue it until the due process and what our findings were, what your guys' findings are for today.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? All right. Thanks for joining us again.
Good evening. So kind of a good news, bad news situation. Inspection, both the building inspection and electrical inspection have been approved. That obstacle is out of the business's way. It's been resolved. As the respondent was indicating, the license cannot be issued as the license is currently the subject of a revocation hearing. So that's where all of you come in. One other hurdle, so 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Since the last council meeting, as I had indicated, notice of dissolution of the LLC that the liquor license was issued to had been sent out on April 24th. As of June 24th, that administrative dissolution of the LLC that the liquor license was granted to was processed. So the LLC that was granted the liquor license has been administratively dissolved. Now, having spoken with the clerk's office, there is the possibility that if a new LLC is created, an employee identification number is applied for and granted, a seller's permit is granted by the state, that if the revocation would be denied tonight, at that point, the license that was issued to the now defunct, dissolved LLC could be immediately surrendered to a new LLC. Given that the license expires at the end of the month, that's a lot to do in the next 3 business days. So I filed a petition to revoke this liquor license for non-use of the liquor license. The standard created by council was 60 days. We are at 361 days now. So I can appreciate you all looking to keep a business open and serving. At this point, we're out of time, so the decision rests with you. If the revocation is granted, then we move on. We recover that available license. If the revocation is denied, she has 3 days to jump through all these hoops in order to keep the license. Otherwise, it would expire, and certainly a new LLC could apply for an available license if one is available. Otherwise, if there's another business, I don't know if the clerk's office has any other applications that are currently pending, waiting for a liquor license. But if there are, then the new LLC may be stuck with a reserve license for $10,000. So that's kind of where we stand, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. So now, ball's in your court.
Thanks. Alder Eck.
I just want to clarify. So the LSC was dissolved, but there's a new one that's been opened, so it could switch out, or what's the process of that?
Yeah,
Can it
so-
go from one to the other?
That's a good question. So I'm not aware of a new LLC being created yet. That would be an option that the respondent could pursue. But I don't know if any of that has happened. I don't know if an application for renewal of the liquor license has been submitted yet. As of yesterday afternoon, when I talked to the clerks, it had not been submitted, so if the respondent had talked to them this afternoon, I don't know if that was part of the conversation, but that would be an option if a new LLC was created, or I don't know if there's even an option to reinstate the old LLC, but that's something that would have to be addressed before the liquor license could be picked up and the doors could be opened.
So was it resolved by the owner? Or, you know, was it dissolved by the owner, or was it because of lack of permit?
Yeah, it was, so the administrative dissolution appears to be for lack of filing the appropriate paperwork with DFI, the
Okay.
Department of Financial Institutions.
Okay, thank you.
Alder Johnson.
Just to add some clarity, you know, you have to file paperwork every year, right, and do that. And when you don't do it, that's when they will dissolve your articles of incorporation. I've actually helped multiple businesses reinstate them, so even when they're dissolved, you can reinstate them, but it takes work to do that. So my question then, Attorney Mays, is, to your knowledge at least, if the applicant were to get that reinstated and the state approved that, would the liquor license still be tied to that existing LLC if this body agreed to that?
If that turnaround could be done in the next 3 business days, yes.
Okay. And what I don't know is if the state can do that in 3 days.
I don't know,
Yeah.
I don't know how long it would take to get a seller's permit.
But it would have to be done before the end of this year?
If the liquor license is not renewed, which there hasn't been an application to the best of my knowledge, it expires at the end of the month. So if that application, if the liquor license is not revoked, respondent would have 3 days to jump through all these hoops. And then she could transfer it to the new LLC, or she could reinstate the old LLC. But if there's not a renewal, it expires. I suppose that a renewal application could be submitted and considered next month, but sale of alcohol would not be permitted until that license was granted, until that renewal request had been considered. So it's unlikely that that would be resolved until it goes through review by the police department, goes to P&P, and then comes back to council.
Okay, thank you.
So there. Questions? Other alders? Alder Hinkfist?
Have we received the new application for a liquor license for renewal?
Is that a question for Attorney Mays, or who are you asking?
Well, she says she didn't know. So,
Clerk Jeffries?
Yes, thank you, Alder Hinkfist. I did have a lengthy conversation yesterday and today with the applicant, Ms. Hunt. And so she's aware of all the things that she would need to do in order to effectuate this license, not only for this year, but for next. We have yet to receive a renewal application because her revocation needed to be handled first. There are, you know, she can surrender the license to a new entity. We did also discuss contacting the Department of Financial Institutions to possibly reinstate her seller's permit because it's under the wrong, it's dissolved. So we cannot issue a license to an entity that does not have seller's permit. Seller's permit meaning the Department of Revenue is collecting their money. That's what that means. So there is also a possibility of a provisional license. We have a provisional license, which is administratively issued by my office. So there are a number of things I would say, if it is appropriate for me to say in open session. Okay, then maybe we should go into closed session. Say that again.
Additional information can be shared in closed session,
Yeah, and
potentially.
I think that's what we should do.
Other questions? All right. Yeah.
Is it possible to ask another question, Ms. Hunt?
I believe so. Yes.
Well, if Attorney Mays
Yeah.
is included, then we can have rebuttal.
All right, anything final for Attorney Mays? No? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Just a pretty straightforward question. Were you aware of the articles of dissolution?
Nope, I was made aware of them. I was very shocked when Attorney Mays, with a Z, when Attorney Mays mentioned it. I did contact the IRS, have not heard anything back. I did
So that'll actually come from the
kamikaze
state.
my phone off of the car, so I didn't have that last week, but my plan was to get, I called them again today after speaking with Celestine, and then I was going to call them tomorrow. The LLC was really to protect Madrid from my late husband. I do have some questions, and I'm wondering if I can move it back to a sole proprietorship. That was to, again, the LLC was to protect Madrid and its entity from other things that are in the past now.
Sure. When did you first learn about the dissolution?
Today, because I actually thought it was the old seller's permit that she possibly was talking about. So I went down to the Department of Internal Revenue, the building right over here where we pay our quarterly taxes. I asked for the seller's permit, and then when I brought it down, that's when I was made aware that it was dissolved.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I
from
also
Ms. Hunt?
do have the paper that's sticking out of my purse is the renewal form. I was under the impression that this had to be, kind of wrapped up and fixed before putting in renewal. It looks like from a couple of attorneys I saw a head shake, so. So whatever you need me to do, I could fill it out right now and if you need it, so.
All right, anything else? Alder Esch?
So when you went to the Wisconsin Department of Revenue, did you talk to them about the procedure to get the DFI taken care of? Oh, there we go.
No.
On the phone.
I did not, because I went there, they never said anything about it. I asked for the seller's permit for Madrid Tapas LLC because I was under the assumption or thought process that it was the sole proprietorship, because I switched from sole proprietor to an LLC. And then I thought that maybe I just put in the wrong seller's permit, or maybe that was the one that was being dissolved. So then I went, grabbed that seller's permit, walked over here, and then that's when I had the conversation with Mrs. Jeffords.
Okay, thank you.
Alder Galvin?
Thank you. I almost feel like we need a whiteboard so we can kind of do this flow chart of how this thing works. And this would be for one of our city attorneys, or also for our city clerk. Does she need to have an LLC, or can she just be a sole proprietor and put in a request for the renewal, or, I guess first she would need the IRS forms filled out, but,
Attorney Mays.
So the liquor license was granted to the LLC.
Right.
So that's the entity that,
needs to do the renewal.
correct.
If she doesn't have the LLC, then she has to apply as she's just fresh off the street like anybody else.
Well, she could surrender the license from the LLC to a sole proprietorship. But that sole proprietorship would have to get their employee identification number, their seller's permit, and, you know, be created to the point where they could have a liquor license transferred to them.
So if she could do that in 3 days, technically, if she could do it in 3 days, she could surrender the permit on that 3rd day and then get the license reissued to her as a sole
Yeah,
proprietor.
as soon as the new entity was to the point where it could receive the liquor license, yes, that transfer could happen. If it's
Okay.
not done in time, the liquor license would expire, and then at that point, she would be back where
She'd be,
anyone.
well, either way, she's out of
at
luck in
square
3
one.
days, right?
Yep.
Okay, so if she can swing it, we could, depending upon how we decide here, she has the potential to get the license.
Ball would be in her court at that
Yeah,
point.
absolutely.
Time's ticking.
Yeah, there's not much we could do after that. All right, thank you very much.
Yep.
Anything else for the respondent? All right, thank you. All right, we ready for closed session? Entertain that motion. Alder Prophet makes motion to move to closed session. Seconded by Alder Presley. Language? Very good.
Okay, the council may convene in closed session pursuant to section 19.851A, Wisconsin Stats, for the purpose of deliberating concerning a case which was the subject of any judicial or quasi-judicial trial or hearing before that government body. The council will thereafter reconvene in open session pursuant to section 19.852 Wisconsin Stats to take action on items discussed in closed session if appropriate and to consider the remainder of the agenda.
All right, thank you. Any comments on that? All right, we'll use the board.
You may vote.
Alder Grant? Yes. Thank you. Alder Galvin?
Yes.
Thank you. Alder Hinkfist? Yes. Thank you. 11.
All right, that's unanimous, so we are moving to closed session. Staff can get out of here.
Kevin, you're having a fun time, aren't you?
Alder Johnson makes a motion to return to regular order of business, seconded by Alder Prophet. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We're back to regular order. Alder Johnson?
I would make a motion to deny the revocation and direct staff to draft findings of fact and conclusion as discussed in closed session.
All right. Is there a second for Alder Johnson's motion? Alder Johnson makes a motion, seconded by Alder Stevens. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that motion is approved. On to resolutions. Suspension?
Motion to suspend the rules.
Motion to suspend the rules made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Prophet. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, the rules are suspended.
Motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Stevens. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll use the board.
You may vote. Alders Grant? Yes. Hutchison? Yes. Galvin?
Yes.
Presley?
Yes.
DeLee?
Yes.
And Hinkvis?
Yes.
All right.
All right, those are adopted unanimously. Ordinance's first reading.
Motion to suspend the rules.
Motion to suspend the rules made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Galvin. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion to advance.
Motion to advance made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Galvin. Discussion? All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. These ordinances have been advanced to a second and final reading. Petitions and communications, adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
Move to adjourn by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Eck. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We're adjourned. Thanks.